service, and game-changing leadership. Together, we shape a future where our ocean thrives and humanity prospers. Join us at the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Together, we will make waves of change.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Podium mic. Get delayed, Corey. But it is coming through. Stream louder. Testing, testing. Hold on. Gotta wait a second. Welcome to the State of Science Symposium.
Testing podium microphone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ronald Reagan Building here in Washington, D.C. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. Podium check. Perfect.
Opera. To the right side. There is no way the speaker will be able to see it. Yeah. Need to pull it back to the right. We need more. Yeah. But yeah, this will be, because then they can adjust.
For millennia, our ocean and Great Lakes have sustained life on Earth. Our lives and our waters are entwined and connected. The healthy balance between humanity and the ocean now faces unprecedented challenges. Our history and way of life threatened. Leaders must emerge to chart a course towards a more sustainable future. This is a story of vision, service, and leadership. For over 50 years, our national marine sanctuaries have served as beacons of hope in a changing world. Here, solutions are born and nurtured amidst the vast blue expanse. Here, we find inspiration and purpose. The National Marine Sanctuary Foundation is a leader in the fight for our ocean, coasts, and Great Lakes, partnering with NOAA and the ocean community. We are working to clean up underwater habitats and make our waters healthier. We are working tirelessly to innovate new ways to protect sea life. We are mobilizing in response to marine heat waves to restore fragile ecosystems. We work within communities to ignite a passion for ocean conservation. Together, we push to designate more sanctuaries and ensure these special places get the support they need to stay protected. At our center, the heartbeat of our work and our sanctuaries is people. It is the leaders from all walks of life who drive lasting change. We call upon you, our leaders, to unite in a common cause, to join us in safeguarding our ocean and building a brighter future for generations to come. Together, we can all lead with vision, service, and game-changing leadership. Together, we shape a future where our ocean thrives and humanity prospers. Join us at the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Together, we will make waves of change.
Ladies and gentlemen in the room, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen in the room, please take your seat. Our program will begin momentarily. 10-4, last video. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Linda Cornish, founder and president of Seafood Nutrition Partnership.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at the 8th Annual State of the Science Symposium. I'm so pleased to see everyone here today. I am, of course, Linda Cornish. I'm going to be your MC for today. And I want to just thank all of us for being here and spending some time just learning more about seafood nutrition and how we can make a difference with impacting our public health through seafood nutrition. all of us hold a puzzle in terms of how to solve the issues that we have in our public health crisis. And seafood nutrition is an important part of that piece of the puzzle. 90% of Americans do not eat seafood per the dietary guidelines of at least twice a week. And moms are required and recommended to eat seafood at least 2 to 3 times a week, but they're barely reaching that limit. And so many Americans and moms and babies are missing out on the health benefits for their brain, their heart, and overall wellness. And so today we're going to share with you talks that are in TED Talk style formats of 15 minutes to help you learn new topics that are the state of the science for seafood nutrition. So as you know, we are a 501c3, so I want to just thank all of you for supporting this mission, for being here today. This State of Science Symposium is our 8th annual and is produced by our Scientific Nutrition Advisory Council, chaired by Dr. Brenna. And our Science Symposium kicked off yesterday with an internal Scientific Nutrition Advisory Council meeting. And so many of our Science Council members are here today. The theme of this symposium is Make Every Day Count. And I hope that when you are done with today, that you'll be inspired to take action to make every day count through seafood nutrition. I hope you'll learn that seafood is a simple solution in terms of supporting reproductive health and maternal health, that the science on seafood nutrition is strong, and we have a panel of experts sharing that with you today. What's most amazing and impactful that we'll hear about today is addressing preterm birth, one of the most serious health crises we have here in America, and how we can save billions if we can actually help moms understand how to incorporate more seafood nutrition into their diets. And lastly, you know, all this talk and science is great, but we do need to help consumers actually eat it. And so we'll have the afternoon session share with you how we can do that and help consumers fall in love with seafood. So before I dive into today's agenda, I want to just take time to really thank all of you for taking a moment here to spend together with us, and also our sponsors. Our presenting sponsors are Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, and we have some representatives here today. The National Marine Sanctuary Foundation, NOAA Fisheries, thank you so much. Our gold sponsors are Cargill and StarKist, thank you so much. And also silver sponsors are the Chilean Salmon Marketing Council, DSM Firmenich, the Global Organization for EPA DHA Omega-3s, thank you so much. And then our bronze sponsor is the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. And I also want to just take a moment to recognize members of the S&P Board of Directors that are here today. Please raise your hand. Thank you for being here. And also our Science Council, please raise your hand. Thank you so much. Many of you serve on 1 or 2 committees, so you're raising your hands a lot. Our ambassadors, our donors, our NSC task force members, our chair is here, Bill Hefner for NSC Task Force, and also our Seafood for Health Action Coalition members. I just want to thank all of you for being partners in this mission. Can you believe S&P has been around for 11 years, and the sentiments for seafood get stronger, the science is better understood, and our messaging is clear for consumers. We have a long way to go. Those of us are here today, and also those that are watching from YouTube, we are broadcasting this live via live stream. If you're on social media, I encourage you to help post about this information from the symposium today. The hashtags to use are hashtag seafood, the number 4 health. That's also our social media accounts at Seafood for Health. And then hashtag SOSS24 for State of the Science Symposium 2024. So without much further ado, I do want to bring up our first presenter, Dr. Martin Paul Agbaga. He is assistant professor in the Department of Ophthalmology at the Dean McGee Eye Institute at the University of Oklahoma Health Science Center. So I'd love to bring up Dr. Martin Paul to share his great talk today.
Thank you very much, Linda, and thank you all for coming. I love the Seafood Nutrition Partnership, what they are doing, and I'm excited to share with you some of the work we've been doing. My background, I started off in retina. When I was in college, my dad had glaucoma. We went to the doctor, and long story short, I devoted my life to research in the eyeball. And that's what I'm going to talk to you, how I started from the eyeballs to the low balls. And I would explain what I mean by that. As you will see up here, like my friend Tom Brenner likes to say, the eyeballs, in the eye, you have what we call the omega-3 fatty acids that are derived from fish oil. And these omega-3 fatty acids are elongated into what we now call the very long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids. But then we also found out that whatever is in the eye is in the low balls, the testicles and the sperm. With all apology to the men, don't be blushing. There also you have the very long chain or the DHA-derived fatty acid that we have shown that are important for fertility. And how did I start? Like I said, when I came to the US, I worked with Dr. Gina Anderson. At the time, they just discovered a gene that is called the elongation of very long-chain fatty acids 4 gene, ELOVL4. You will see to the right over there. There is a mutation in this gene, and children, by the time they are in their teenage years, they begin to lose vision. So you see the top image over there, the dark red spot we call the macula, the cells are already degenerated. And therefore, whilst the normal vision, you will see in the bottom, you will see those 2 nice kids, these target patients, end up having a central vision loss. So by the time most of them are in their 30s, they are legally blind. And so my research at the time is to figure out what this gene is doing. When you are a young, naive graduate student, you think it's going to be easy. Within 2 years, you'll get your doctorate. Welcome to nightmare. After 4 or 5 years of trying to figure out the function of this gene, fail. Thank God for Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving 2007, I discovered the function of ELOVL4 and unequivocally demonstrated that what it does, it takes fish oil, DHA, EPA, or arachidonic acid, and elongate them into what we now call the very long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acid. These are fatty acids that are 28 all the way to 38 or more carbons that are found in the retina. When we got that, other people also started looking, and they used human donor eyes, and they clearly show that when we are young, we have a lot of this fatty acid, but when you get to the age of Tom Brenner going, Tom, I'll be on you because you're my friend, the VLCP first begin to decrease. But if you have macular degeneration or AMD, your VLCP5 even go much more worse. So there is a connection between these two. But then so based off of this discovery, I made this model that everybody uses to define the very long chain polys. So the question is, when I made this discovery in cell culture, is it really happening in vivo in animal models? So we made an animal model where we delete the ELOVL4. When you delete the ELOVL4, you will lose the product. You will not make the very long chain fatty acid. And if it is true that these fatty acids are really important for retinal function, we expect that the animals that we deleted a gene from, they will be blind. Of course, the mice will not tell you, oh, Martin Paul, I am blind. And so what we use is what we call electroretinography. What it is you take your either the normal animals that we call the wild type or your deleted animal, in this case, the green ones. The top one, the black one, are your normal wild type or normal animals. And you flash a light to these animals in the dark, and if their retina is functioning, they will respond on the computer screen at the top. They will tell, the photoreceptors will give you a very beautiful response, as you can see. And we show clearly that the normal animal had really very robust phenotype. They can see very well. But the mutant animals that we deleted the gene in, the sick animals, they are not able to see. So you can see that the lower amplitude in the green signal in those animals. So this clearly shows that these fatty acids are important for the eyeball and for retinal health. We are working on that, and I am very grateful for Dr. Alan Ramale and Chiffon, who have been collaborating with to see if we can get this fatty acid to restore vision. And that will hopefully be another talk for another day. And thank you, Alan, for coming with your lab members. And while we were doing that, I discovered something, that the animals, we just took one of the copy of the gene, they were not reproducing very well on the graph at the top right over there. You delete a gene, and while the normal animals will produce 5 pups, these guys were only producing about 2 or 3 animals, and was really frustrating. So I'm like, what is going on? And I remember we did a study back in 2010 that we published with Dr. Nakamura, where we had delta-6 desaturases, which is at the top, that make all the precursors for ELOVL4, we deleted it. And what we found out is that in the animals that we delete the gene, their frequency of mating was significantly reduced. You put females in there, they are like, I don't care. And then we're like, how about if you give them DHA, will they shoot? And we gave them DHA. So to the top right, a middle panel there, when we gave DHA, all of a sudden these guys became very viral, chasing the females around the cage. So the frequency of mating increased significantly. And we look at their sperm quality, and sperm quality was fantastic. Their sperm quality also improved, which means that DHA is important for fertility in that study we said. But I'm like, how about the very long chain polys? And you look at sperm quality in this animal. So when we look at the chromatogram of those animals, we saw that the DHA we gave them was also elongated to the very long chain polyunsaturated fatty acids. And they also produce steroids. That makes sense. Now they have all the good hormones. Now the females look attractive to them, and they are doing what they are supposed to do. So based off of that, I'm like, how about human? What happens? And remember, we all started from the sea. You can argue about that. We start from the sea, and we are swimmers. Male fertility is all about swimming. The better swimmer you are in terms of the sperm, you find your target. And so, and even when the sperm meets the egg, the acrosomal reaction, this all depend on fatty acids. So we started looking at male fertility to see how does loss of this fatty acid affect male fertility. And in my study, I found out that if you look in that blacks, there are some nice sperm. There is also some ghost sperms at the background over there, as you can see. And so I did some more study, and I found out that a study that was published in 2017 and eventually redid in 2022 has clearly shown that within the past 40 years, there is 50% reduction in sperm count, and is continuing decreasing. So sperm volumes are going down. In other words, those of us who like to see statistics and graphical pictures, this is what is happening. In the 70s, when my father and my grandfathers are shooting, they are producing about 101 sperm particles per mil. But then my generation, we are only producing about 49. So what is really happening? So what we did is we did a study where in the US, the incidence of male fertility is increasing. And the reason why there is decline in male factor infertility is not really understood. And so I'm like, well, in my animal, the only thing that is happening is a dietary factor. So can diet or the loss of this fatty acid be contributing to this pathology? So I found also this study that was done in Spain, where males that grow up along the sea, they eat a lot of seafood, they tend to have a bigger sized testicle and produce more volume of sperm than if you are just taking arachidonic acid. It begins to shrink your testicles and reduce your sperm count. And remember, our diet is now so high in omega-6 fatty acids. So we decided to do a study at our university where we have clinicians that were treating male factor infertility patients. We enrolled 70 young men, and then we did sperm analysis. We collected sperm. We determined the quality, how fast did the sperm swim, and then we did our lipid analysis. And what we found out clearly is the more VLCP4 you have, the better swimmers you are going to have. They swim really fast. And they are not just a better swimmers, it also correlated very positively with the sperm count. So more sperm you have, it also positively correlates with the amount of VLCP that you have, which clearly shows that this DHA derived. So when we find out, like, oh, really? Could it be coming from DHA? So we did fatty acid analysis, and you can see the 22, 6, and 3 is there, and that is what is contributing to this very beautiful correlation that very long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids are critical for the next generation. And you need to have a very good sperm. We published this paper with Dr. Latasha, Craig, Richard, and others who did a really very wonderful job on this publication. When we published it, one of our colleagues had about 200 sperm. They did a study called the Amigo study of unexplained semen, people who were having problem reproducing. So we went back and then we said, okay, they were treating them in the clinic, and we analyzed the sperm and asked the question, when you are treated with this diet and you have more VLCP4, can you give birth, live birth? And what we found is that the more VLCP4 you have, the better swimmers you have 72% more likely chance of giving birth than if you have a lower level of VLCP4. We published this paper also recently, which gets to the core of the fact that very long-chain polyunsaturated fatty acids are essential for normal sperm structure and function, and that when they are not there, you're going to have a problem with your eyeballs and your low balls. So what do we do? Now we know the facts. You are going to hear from Susan, preterm birth. If we are having low fertility count to begin with and we are having a low birth preterm problems, it's going to be a problem. So we need to do something about it. There are so many factors that could be contributing to this. But for me today, my message to you is about diet. The American diet had become so N6 rich. For this audience today, I am calling us to embrace seafood. Welcome seafood. I was talking to Joe yesterday, and Joe told me in his clinic he gives fish oil to patients, and he warns them, when you start taking this fish oil, you are going to have adverse effect. Your hair is going to grow, your skin is going to grow, and you're going to be looking beautiful. Your mood will change. You'll be happy all the time. And they left. Joe, what did they say? They came back later. They said, Doc, you made a big mistake. You did not warn us of another side effect, which is even more important. As soon as I started taking this fish oil, I started getting honey and looking for honey. VLCP4 are important for fertility. It changes your mood and puts you in the mood. So my take-home message for you today is that VLCP are important for our brain and retina function. They are important for our fertility and for the next generation. So let's embrace seafood intake. And another story I'm not telling you today, it also supports the skin health, because when we knock out this gene, the animals also do have a skin pathology. I wanted to study skin, and my professor, Dr. Anderson, told me, Machampo, draw in your tentacles and focus. And so I focus on this. So my message to us today, take seafood, and guess what? I'm not saying take the candle over there, but when you take seafood, you can light that candle, and like the Frenchman will say, ah, ma chérie, bien ici. Thank you.
Comment to add with regard to gender differences. And the patients alerted me that they became more amorous, and it is, yes, in resulting in the literature for men, especially for vascular effects, but the effect for women was to have more and better orgasms.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, before Dr. Ramali asked his question, one thing I didn't tell you, when we were doing our studies, one of my friends who has been married for almost 8 years, they were not having children. I started giving him fish oil. About 6 or 8 months later, he called me, Martin Paul, it is in. It's in the oven. I'm like, what's in the oven? He said, my wife is pregnant. That boy is 10 years now. That is an N of 1. Dr. Anderson would say N of 1 is only significant when somebody dies or you give birth. So I can take that to the bank. Dr. Ramali?
Martin Paul, wonderful talk as usual.
Thank you.
You mentioned the Elongase 4, and I know you know a lot about Elongase 2.
Right.
And the Elongase 2 is one of the best biologic clocks of aging. So I wonder if male infertility as men get older relates to decreased activity of Elongase 2, and whether older men who are trying to have children might benefit from very long-chain PUFA supplementation.
That's a very good question. So we actually have the Elongase 2 knockout animals we got from Dorota. Actually, that was the animals we used with your study as well. Yeah, so once you have the Elongase 2, which is upstream of 4, it's just like the desaturase 2, you're going to have fertility problems. And that's perhaps as the reason why when we get older, our Elongase 2 goes down, you decrease precursors, so you lose VLCP5, and that's probably why you get older, you are no longer in the mood, but fish would help you. Did I see another hand? All right, well, thank you all so much. And Linda, thank you for the organization and the invitation.
So Dr. Martin Paul had some mentions of omega-6 and omega-3, and so our diets have in the U.S. a lot more omega-6s, which are usually more pro-inflammatory, and so omega-3s are more anti-inflammatory. And so hopefully you can see the point that having more omega-3s is very healthy for reproductive health. Next up, we have new clinical guidelines to share with you. Dr. Susan Carlson is the A.J. Rice
is a huge problem in the United States. More than 1 out of 10 babies is actually born preterm, which means before 37 weeks. And the March of Dimes gives us a D+ for maternal health around this issue. And as you can see from the slide, there's quite a bit of difference among the states in the United States, but when I say 10%, it's across the board. Black moms, non-Hispanic Black moms have the highest rates, about 50% higher than everyone else. But I'm going to tell you the punchline of my talk right now. Look at those numbers, and what if we could get those numbers for everyone, including Black moms, down to 6%? We think we can with omega-3 fatty acids. So there is strong evidence in a scientific audience. If you start out and say there's a Cochrane review that says there's strong evidence that omega-3 fatty acids reduce preterm birth, less than 37 weeks again, or early preterm birth, less than 34 weeks, which are the most consequential, costly, stressful for families, births. You can reduce them by at least 42%. Keeping in mind, there's about 5,000 women in this review. Now, after this was published in 2018, we published a clinical trial that was funded by the NIH. It was a multi-site trial with 1,100 women, and a group in Australia published the ORIP trial, which had about 5,400 women. And both trials were not a success in the conventional way, because what we found in both trials was that only the women who started with low DHA status had a reduction in early preterm birth and preterm birth. Why might that be? We think it's because in Australia and the US around 2008, prenatals with DHA started to come into the market, and half the women in our trial were taking DHA on the day that we enrolled them. So I'll show you, well, I'll get a little ahead of myself here. So DHA intake is very low among US pregnant women. It's found in few food sources. If you look there, you see the really good sources are seafood. We have a seafood intake problem in this country for everyone, but particularly you will note there that 0% of the 1,180 pregnant women in the NHANES survey consumed at least 8 ounces of seafood per week, which is even ACOG and the dietary guidelines for America recommend 8 to 12 ounces of seafood per week for women who are pregnant or considering becoming pregnant, or even in their pregnancy years. So the intake is actually closer to, in our trial was 84 milligrams per day on average, but there are reports as low as 54. And I want to tell you this because it was important as we developed the guidelines that you know, because in these clinical trials we measure blood levels of DHA, so we know whether there's adherence, and we know what the women's DHA status is. But what I'm going to show you in a few minutes is that it makes a difference what your status is when you start. On the other hand, if you think of every pregnancy, we have approximately 4 million every year in the US alone. There's just not the capacity to measure the blood level of DHA in every pregnant woman to give her advice. So we validated a 7-question food frequency questionnaire, and I will show you as my last slide. You can use the barcode and check your own DHA intake. But with 7 questions, 3 of which have to do with fish of different amounts of omega-3 fatty acid, fish categories in them, and then including egg yolk and chicken, which are kind of low. We did this test in 1,305 women that were enrolled in our trials in Kansas City. And we found that a baseline intake of 150 milligrams per day was kind of the cutoff for women who had the poorest DHA status. So just a couple of slides I'm going to show you from our clinical trial. And what if you sort of orient to your left, women who had low baseline DHA status when they enrolled in the trial, which was a red blood cell DHA phospholipid level lower than 6%, had a conventionally significant reduction in preterm birth. And that happened whether they had low baseline status or on the other side of the screen, high baseline DHA status. They both had about a 27% reduction. And these are intention to treat data, I want to emphasize. We published an adherence later. We get even better results if we look at whether they actually took it. But this was, so for less than 37 weeks. If you look on the left side, you will see that the preterm birth rate less than 34 weeks was reduced by half among low baseline DHA status, but no further benefit on the high baseline DHA status because they already had an extremely low rate of early preterm birth. And this is the same kind of orientation, only instead of talking about status, we're talking about their baseline DHA intake, the way it's not based on any kind of a clinical practice guideline. And I was asked to write an article promoting this idea, and I said, this is not the way we should go. We need to make this more of a consensus kind of process. And contacted Bert Koletzko, who I'd worked with before on other projects. He has begun the Charitable Child Health Foundation in Munich some years ago. And he invited Irene Satan from Milan, and the three of us put together this panel that developed the guidelines, and I'm going to go through the process a little bit for you. The scientific manager was Dr. Franziska Feldy. So that guideline was published earlier this year in AJOG MFM, the American Journal of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and it's entitled Omega-3 Fatty Acid Supply in Pregnancy for Risk Reduction of Preterm and Early Preterm Birth. You can see that there are already 7 organizations that have signed on to this. They've made it the standard in Europe, in their OB organization there. And there were 24 authors from 15 countries and all continents. There are a couple of the authors with us that are in this room today. I would just call out Bill Harris and Gretchen Van Eys. So the method is that we developed this steering committee and drafted, Gretchen and I actually drafted the initial manuscript, which really went through the evidence. What is the evidence that we should have a guideline around this? That was a rather extensive document. We went through a various editing process with Dr. Satan, Dr. Koletzko, and myself, and when we had a document that we all were happy with, we shared it with the other members of the guidelines committee. They had a time to review, comment. Then we had a consensus meeting in May of last year, discussed, revised. There was a lot of discussion. There were some points in the guidelines that people weren't sure about. Several of the obstetricians didn't really know about omega-3 fatty acids. We had to convince them on the evidence. We had to talk through the evidence. And then in the end, after a couple of meetings, we had anonymous voting on 10 proposed conclusions. A third conclusion was added later by a family group, a group that advocates for family, and we voted on that one as well. I think there was 100% consensus on that. So we defined strong consensus as greater than 95% of the 24. Consensus is 75 to 95, and you see we didn't have anything that was below that. So these are the conclusions. Intakes, and we started with safety because, believe me, the obstetricians, their biggest concern was safety. Intakes of up to 1,000 milligrams per day of DHA and EPA, or up to 1,000 milligrams per day of DHA alone, do not raise safety concerns. And we had a consensus of close to 90% on that point. I could say more about that, but observational studies and randomized controlled trials in pregnant women should show lower intakes of fish and lower blood levels of the omega-3 fatty acid DHA and EPA found in fish are associated with a significantly increased risk of preterm and early preterm birth. Again, we had consensus. And women of childbearing age should aim to obtain a regular supply of omega-3 fatty acids from foods, providing these fatty acids, including fish and oily fish, and or from supplements providing DHA and EPA or DHA alone. And we have strong consensus on that. For the general population, including women in their childbearing years, a regular intake of at least 250 milligrams per day, DHA plus EPA, as recommended by the European Food Safety Authority, is desirable. We had strong consensus on that point. For pregnant women, an additional intake of at least 100 to 200 milligrams DHA per day, as recommended by the EFSA, is desirable. Again, everyone agreed to that point. All 24 people to agree on all of these was not, I think it's an accomplishment in itself. Pregnant women with low DHA intake and or low DHA blood levels are at increased risk of preterm and early preterm birth and should receive a regular supply of about 600 to 1,000 milligrams per day of DHA plus EPA or DHA alone, based on results of randomized controlled trials demonstrating significant reduction in preterm and early preterm birth. We had consensus again. This additional supply should preferably begin in the second trimester of pregnancy and not later than 20 weeks gestation. High-dose supplementation with the goal of risk reduction of preterm birth should continue as long as there is a risk of preterm birth, that is until about 37 weeks of gestation, or until childbirth if before 37 weeks. This was actually a point of contention because those of us who don't think there's any risk to DHA were going, why can't we just say, take it? I don't think any OB is going to tell a woman to stop taking it at 37 weeks. And there's probably a lot of advantages for her to continue taking it because if she breastfeeds, her milk will have more DHA, and we know that's a good thing. But again, this is where the OBs and the nutritionists kind of diverged a little bit. Identification of women at increased risk of preterm and early preterm birth due to low DHA intake and or low DHA blood levels is achievable by screening with a few questions on dietary intake of foods rich in DHA and EPA. This was actually a surprise to me because I thought they would push back more on that than on the blood level, but they on the blood level, they said this is another way we can do it, but we need more standardization of methods. And that is indeed true because there are different ways people can measure DHA in blood, with red blood cells, with plasma, with phospholipids. So there is no standard for this at the moment. And it is important, this was the last one that was added after, was suggested after the process. It is important to provide women of childbearing age, pregnant women, and their partners with evidence-based information, preferably both verbally and in writing, on how to achieve an appropriate intake of DHA or DHA plus EPA for women of childbearing age and pregnant women. So after we completed this, we published something else later this summer because the secondary analysis of our ADORE trial was to look at race. If you're doing a trial in, our hypothesis was the DHA would reduce preterm and early preterm birth, but we didn't know if it would work the same for everyone. So we published this later. If I can get it. Oh, before I go there, forgot I put this one in. I just wanted to put this up because this is a table right out of the guidelines paper, and if you look at that, all the the obstetricians actually requested we put this table in. They wanted to know what foods have DHA that we can tell our patients. And you can see there's very high categories of DHA, EPA. There's sort of a middle one, and then there's getting down into the lower categories. And they're all fish. They're all seafood, except when you get over to the lower categories, you can see eggs and chicken and maybe liver, which not everybody eats. So after we published the guidelines, we published this paper this summer in AJOG MFM. It was a letter. And I want to show you this because, and take you through it kind of slowly. The red lines for the preterm birth and early preterm birth that you see are the national averages for preterm and early preterm birth. But one of the things that you can see clearly here is that women with low baseline DHA status, whether they were Black or other races, have the highest rates of preterm birth, and they have the highest rates of early preterm birth. And when they got the high DHA dose, that helped a little bit in most of these cases. But if they started with high baseline DHA status and they got the high DHA dose, they had the lowest rates. And particularly, I want to point your attention to the green line in the Black moms on preterm birth, on the extreme left, because that number, 6.4%, is not different from the 5.8% we saw in other races. So in Black women, it actually brought them, if they started with high status and they got the high dose, they are not different in terms of preterm birth from women from other races. And this is a huge thing. It doesn't explain all preterm birth in the Black population and the disparity that we have, but it goes a long way to saying that we can do a lot better with moms. And what you see over there on the early preterm birth side, the Black moms still had about a 2% rate of early preterm birth, but they went down from 8%. 8% of the moms in our studies who were Black, who started with low baseline DHA and got the low dose, remember, not a placebo, had an 8% rate of birth before 34 weeks. So this is just the graphic that we have for the paper, and it speaks to what I just told you, how much moms should have when they're in childbearing years, how much they should get if they're not getting that in their childbearing years, either a little bit extra or a lot more if they're getting it in their childbearing years. And the only thing I would say here now is, since we published these guidelines in February, I would say that Black women need to be getting the 250 milligrams for sure and getting the higher dose during their pregnancies. And this is one of the things we're working on right now. And I think that's it. I don't know if I have time to do the takeaways, but I think I've made my points. So I will just go right to this, and maybe you can take a picture and check your own DHA intake. And I will take questions if you.
Thank you, Dr. Carlson. I think as we've been going through these guidelines, I have seen your talk about stopping DHA at 37 weeks for pregnant moms. I didn't quite understand that, and I thought maybe that was because the baby would be so comfortable they never wanted to come out because of the DHA. But
No.
is there a reason why you stop at 37 weeks?
No, it was because the guidelines say to reduce risk of preterm birth, and there was one group, mostly the obstetricians, that said, well, if you get to 37 weeks, you've reduced preterm birth, so why do we need to keep saying it, right? But we never said the doctor needs to tell them to stop taking it. We just said until at least 37 weeks. So I finally went along with that comment.
Joe Hibbelin here. As a follow-on to that, for the sake of the mother, there are meta-analyses that a gram a day of omega-3 fatty acids rich in EPA prevent and treat perinatal depression. So apart from the reduction of preterm birth, mothers will be less depressed and more attentive to their children if that guideline is followed through past 37 weeks.
Yes, we're not telling people to stop. I would not say that. I think it's important, as I said before, for human milk. There's somebody over here.
Hi, thank you. That's a great talk. So I wanted, my question really centers around kind of some other social determinants of health related to your guidelines.
Yes.
The guidelines assume, evidence-based information assumes access to care systems. that can give them that information, assumes, and getting more seafood assumes access to quality food systems. So there's intersections there, I think, specifically with some of the data you showed on race and the map you showed. There's increasingly, in some of those states where there are higher rates of preterm birth, we're seeing increasing reproductive health care deserts. So I wonder if you can speak a little bit to some of those other social determinants and access in order to get the information and the quality food and things that these moms really need to reduce their preterm birth. If you could speak to that a bit. Thank you.
You make a fantastic point. When you make guidelines, the first step is to get some guidelines, right? These are new. When we disbanded the group, the first thing we did was have a conversation and say, doesn't stop here. There are steps that need to go beyond this in terms of access. And trust me, I live in a state or work in a state that's got a lot of rural where we've lost. It's a crisis in this country, but I know it firsthand from our own state that we are not getting care to pregnant women. Some women are driving 2 or 3 hours for prenatal care. We're having a lot of conversations in our own university. I think we all need to do our part, but it's also access to the foods, which I know the Seafood Nutrition Partnership has been working hard to help people understand what kind of seafood might be affordable, how to get it into the WIC program, how to get access. So the 24 people that were involved in this, we agreed, we'll keep working on this, we'll work wherever we can. I've been to ACOG the last 2 years and talked, and it's amazing the number of OBs in the room that come up afterward and say, I never heard of omega-3. There was a session on preterm birth at ACOG this year that mentioned a lot of things that can be used for various clinical problems, but omega-3s are the only generalizable effect that's ever been, the only generalizable strategy that's ever been shown to reduce preterm birth if you're not having something like preeclampsia or hypertension or whatever the other problems are that lead to preterm birth. But as you can see, I don't think DHA is going to reduce every preterm birth in this country, but it's reducing a lot of them. And it seems to be, I didn't get into this, but it seems to be around spontaneous preterm births, not the ones that can be prevented by aspirin.
Susan, really very, very good work. And I just want to also add to it that by providing DHA, it's not only
Dr. Nick Ralston. We're going to cover the topic of how strong is seafood nutrition science. And Dr. Tom Brenna will be moderating. He is the chair of the Seafood Nutrition Partnership's Scientific Nutrition Advisory Council. Oh, come on. Oh, you're getting mic'd. Okay. He is professor of pediatrics, chemistry, and nutrition at Dell Medical School at UT Austin. Dr. Joseph Hibbelin is a nutritional psychiatrist, doctor, and former acting chief of NIAAA, also a member of the S&P Scientific Nutrition Advisory Council. Mr. Phil Spiller is former director of seafood at the FDA. And then Dr. Nick Ralston is director of Sage Green with NRG, and it has deep expertise in selenium. So we welcome our panelists today for a lively discussion on how strong is seafood nutrition science.
Okay, very good. I'm going to more or less be a moderator here, and I was thinking that Dr. Carlson had an easier job because she only had to follow Martin Paul. We've got to follow Martin Paul and Dr. Carlson. So you heard today about some of the newer material on omega-3 fatty acids, really kind of specific to that, omega-3s being a component of seafood and seafood being a rich source of omega-3s in general. Here we're going to focus more on seafood nutrition specifically and the strength of the science. And you've got strength of science on omega-3s. We'll now talk about strength of the science on seafood specifically. Our panel today has, oh God, I hadn't even thought about it, just popped into my head to add up all of our collective experience, and we'd be well beyond a century, I think, messing around with this stuff. But I'd like to start talking a little bit about there's a slide advancer somewhere. Thank you very much. Oops, back. Oh, that's us. Okay, there we are. Okay, how strong is the seafood? How strong is the science on seafood nutrition? Now, there is quite a history of science in seafood nutrition, and I'd like to first call upon Philip Spiller, who has been around this field of seafood nutrition as long as anyone, to tell us a little bit about the strength of science, and perhaps even the early days of starting with maybe the early days and of advice on seafood and sort of where we've come from and how we got here.
Get this to work. Is it?
It's on.
Am I on? Okay. The early days are roughly around the year 2000, with a report from the National Academy of Sciences, where they were asked to, by one of the federal agencies, in this case it was EPA, to help them calculate a better, what they call a reference dose for methylmercury, not for seafood per se, but for methylmercury per se. But in so doing, they came to a conclusion which startled a lot of people. It caught us at FDA when I was there at that time quite by surprise, and caused a bit of a sensation to the point of panic, where they said in the intro, 60,000 babies are being born at risk in the United States every year due to methylmercury in seafood. And we found ourselves being barraged with inquiries about, well, what are you doing about it? And the first thing we did was we wrote to the National Academy and we said, what do you mean? Could you please explain what at risk means the way you understand it? And they actually, to their credit, they wrote back to us and they said that in the letter, it was a short letter, but they said they admitted that they had no idea, there was no way for them to know whether there was any harm to occurring to any of these 60,000 babies born a year at risk. But nonetheless, the the pressure was on my agency to do something. And so it was decided, since we didn't have any more data than they did, there really was no data on what was the effect of eating seafood on babies' health, particularly on neurodevelopment, because the concern was on neurodevelopment.
And we're in the year 2000 roughly.
We were in the year 2000. So it was decided at FDA that what we would do was issue consumption advice to pregnant women. It's the first time that was thought of. It was as a consequence of the concern about 60,000 babies. And it was decided that the consumption advice would recommend to pregnant women a limitation. Don't eat more than X. And then we had to figure out what X was. And we had, again, with no data, a very data-driven organization, we said there's no scientific basis right now. We don't have the evidence to give an X based on scientific data. So it was decided that it would be done on precaution as a matter of prudence. And that we were going to come up with a number. And so it was decided that the number would be 12. And 12 was decided so as not to undermine the American Heart Association's then recommendation not to eat less than or to eat at least 2 servings of seafood per week.
2 servings making 12 ounces, right?
Well, that was our interpretation, not theirs. They just
okay.
said, the American Heart Association said 2 servings. We decided that was going to be 12. So we decided that if they're saying eat that much, we were going to say to pregnant women, but don't eat any more than that.
So what you're saying is that you didn't have the kind of survey of what women were eating and whether their birth outcomes or their children are doing well. You came up with the best number you could, also known as possibly pulling it out of a hat, but it was more or less your best guess.
It was a best guess.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
And so then, fast forward a bit. There's been a lot of work done since then, hasn't there?
Yes, that would be an understatement. At that time, when all of this that I'm describing occurred, there was zero. We had no studies, no evidence with regard to seafood consumption eaten as a whole food during pregnancy. To this day, there has been such an incredible avalanche of data of studies being conducted in the United States, in Europe, and in Asia. And by my count, there are now approximately 30, I would say approximately, there are 32 studies that I count. And the total number of mother-child pairs in those studies is now in the ballpark of 300,000. And what I kept looking for was, in any of these studies, did they report harm? Because a lot of times in each one of the cohorts, there are people that eat hardly any seafood. There are people that eat a little bit. And then there are some people that eat a lot, way over what's normally in the United States. And none of these studies are not reporting harm. And sometimes they measure the methylmercury along with the amount of seafood consumed, and the methylmercury is quite high, and they still find no harm. With regard to the benefits, they found a total in those studies, by my count, of 55 times in which eating more seafood was more beneficial than eating less or none for some domain of neurodevelopment, one of the most notable being IQ. And the studies that show benefits to IQ range from a couple of IQ points up to a high of about 6.
Thanks. I'm gonna get Dr. Hiblin in here to talk about some of these benefits. Dr. Hiblin's a psychiatrist who has run a research laboratory for many years at the NIH, and so and I think you've studied these things.
Yes, and it's critical. I want to make one coda from Phil's comments, and the opposite of benefits is harms, and there is a harm in these studies, and the harm is following the U.S. dietary advice to eat low seafood or eat no seafood. And what we did in 2007 was to test the dietary advice in a population of 15,000 women in England, finding that when women followed the advice and ate little seafood or no seafood, it doubled the risk of low IQ in their children because the advice was solely focused on a theoretical guess of mercury levels and completely ignored brain nutrients and selenium in seafood counts.
So you would call that a key benefit, addressing our second question of seafood consumption for maternal health and baby brain development.
Yes, indeed. With regards to how strong is the science on seafood nutrition, to evaluate this question, we have to look at various levels of science. Epidemiological data across countries, longitudinal studies, biochemistry studies in rodents, and mechanistic studies in rodents, and clinical studies in humans. In summary, my opinion is that the data is consistent for the health benefits of seafood across all of those different levels of analyses, impacting multiple health outcomes from the brain to the heart to the skin to cancer, distilling pretty much in consensus reasonable amounts of seafood and omega-3s that should be consumed.
So we have a third question, which is how much seafood can expectant moms eat? And both of you have addressed this question in your careers. I'll take an answer from either one of you on that question.
I would like to reiterate Phil's findings that in the studies where women ate huge amounts of seafood, well beyond what are advised levels, there was no evidence of harm. And when they ate diets deficient in seafood and low levels, there is evidence of harm, likely due to inadequate intakes of omega-3s. Seafood I describe as a bag of brain nutrients. And we evolved on seafood. When you don't eat it, you become deficient. You can't say exactly the parameter of which nutrient, but a seafood deficiency. And you can eat as much as you want.
Maybe Phil can make a comment on that amount.
There have been a number of survey research studies of what pregnant women are eating, amounts that pregnant women are eating. One actually quite recently that shows it's very low. But FDA did one, which there was one before it and one after it, and what FDA did somewhat in the middle, it was around 2010, was reasonably consistent with the one before and one after. And what they showed was that, or what the women surveyed, and it was about 1,000 women, that when they became pregnant, they reduced their consumption down to about 1.8 ounces per week. And they did so out of concern for safety. And in the studies with 300,000 mother-child pairs, their consumption down at that level, there's consumption higher. And at the very high ends are actually somewhat breathtaking. They go up as high as 80, 90, and even as much as 100 ounces a week, which I found rather astounding. I still do. But nonetheless, that's what the studies report, and they are reporting no harm even at those levels.
So that 80, 90, or 100 ounces a week is as contrasted with, let's say, a recommendation of 8 to 12 ounces a week in the United States. So there are places, certainly places in the world that eat a lot more seafood than in the United States. So I want to get my friend Dr. Ralston in here. And now, one of the things that we get questioned on all the time when we're recommending seafood and talking about these kinds of results is, well, what about mercury? Isn't mercury a problem? Too much mercury. Mercury will be an issue. Now, in 2000, as you just heard, it out of an abundance of caution, you might say, right, well, we better study this. Well, we kind of have studied it, and the one of the leading people studying it is Dr. Ralston. And what can you tell us about mercury and I think selenium's your favorite element?
Well, yeah, you could say that. I've been working on selenium for the past 30 years. started off doing selenium as a nutrient, and it's hugely important in the brain. It turns out that it prevents and reverses oxidative damage, especially in tissues such as the brain, which are rich in polyunsaturated fatty acids and consume a lot of oxygen, so there's potential for damage. It turns out there's nothing in the world that can stop your brain from having the selenium it needs except one thing. I bet you can guess what that is. Mercury. Mercury has a huge binding affinity for selenium. If you get too much mercury, it will bind your selenium, and those lovely enzymes that are supposed to protect and reverse oxidative damage in your brain and your endocrine tissues, in your heart, throughout the body, those enzymes will cease working. And guess what the consequences of mercury toxicity are? You have oxidative damage to the tissues I just described. It turns out that if you're consuming a food that has a lot of mercury and very little selenium, yeah, particularly for a mother that's developing a fetus, that brain needs plenty of selenium, but if there's too much mercury, the selenium can't get there. I got into this issue imagining that ocean fish must have huge amounts of mercury and very little selenium, and I thought, wow, that explains global stupidity because people are eating too much fish. It turned out when I got into the issue, well, fish have a ton of selenium in them and very little mercury in comparison. Where did this whole problem about supposedly seafood having a lot of mercury in it come from? It turned out it was one study done in the Faroe Islands where 85% of the mercury came from eating whale meat, not fish. The whale meat has 5 times more mercury than selenium. And guess what? If you're getting 5 times more mercury than selenium and you're a pregnant mom, that could cause trouble. It did cause trouble in the Faroes. In fact, if those moms had not been eating ocean fish, which are uniformly rich in selenium relative to mercury, their babies probably would have been severely impaired. As it was, they were fortunate. They were eating ocean fish.
But even in that case, the ocean fish protected them. So even eating, but whales, of course, are not a part of seafood as it is defined in the U.S., and so marine mammals are not part of it.
Exactly. I was working with EPA funding. The majority of my career has been EPA funded.
Environmental Protection Agency.
Oh, okay, yeah. And one of their folks told me, well, the reason why we based all of our warnings on the Faroes instead of on the Seychelles, which was an island nation where they eat only ocean fish, and far more, they're exposed to far more mercury, but so much more selenium, there isn't a consequence. They didn't base their findings at the EPA on the Seychelles work because there were no findings of harm. In fact, there are benefits. So you can only predict risk if you find harm. So they base their findings, their risk analysis on the Faroes. But who eats whale meat aside from the people in the Faroes?
It's a bit striking looking at some of the data, not all of the data, but a bit of the data in the Seychelles, and I'll speak for myself, having looked at a little of it, showing more mercury predicts better IQs in the kids. You say, well, how's that? Well, it's a marker for fish consumption and maybe selenium. Do you have a comment, Dr. Hitler?
As I was listening to Nick over all these years, I think I distilled the issue is that mercury itself has no toxicity. The harm of mercury comes from making tissues deficient in selenium. Then the selenium enzymes don't work, and locally all hell breaks loose. Oxidative damage exists in the brain, in the heart, and everywhere else. This is not directly due to mercury. It's due to mercury binding and creating a selenium deficiency in tissues.
So if I could ask a follow-up question, and that I think I know the answer to Nick, can you recreate in an experimental system the same kind of symptoms of, let's say, mercury toxicity by simply making an animal selenium deficient? No mercury at all, just selenium deficient.
Yep. The selenium homeostasis is so excellent. The only way you can make a brain selenium deficient is adding a ton of mercury. And that only happens, like I said, if you're eating whale meat. none of the ocean fish that are commercially available will ever have a excess of mercury. However, one thing that the EPA did that was very insightful was they asked us to come up with an equation that mothers could trust, because they don't want to hear this much mercury, that much selenium. It's too complicated. They want something simple. They had us create the health benefit value, which if there's too much mercury relative to selenium, it's a negative number. We shouldn't be eating any of that type of seafood. But all ocean fish, commercially available ocean fish, have positive health benefit values. We call it HBVs, but health benefit value is the only reliable index there is of risk associated with any of the mercury exposures. And it's not a seafood issue, but freshwater fish here and there across the world can have more mercury than selenium. And so those need to be investigated, and EPA is altering its focus to looking at freshwater fish in the United States. And I've been across Europe, South America. We're talking with folks in Asia. The health benefit values in some of those places are negative. They need to address it. But ocean fish is actually the best solution if there is a population that's exposed to too much mercury. Bring them some ocean fish. It's the best source of selenium for preventing mercury toxicity.
Thank you, and I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to hear about that. We're going to take questions, and if people have burning questions, get your hand up, and we'll just keep talking until we get some. Let's see, what else to say? Phil Spiller, there's been studies we went from 2000 to basically the present time, but there have been studies in between, some studies, and there's one that I think
else. And we felt that the best way to do that was to conduct a risk type assessment. So we were going to conduct a risk assessment where we were going to look at the risk in the United States of eating various amounts of commercially available fish. And we assumed that risk was what we were looking at because we thought of fish as being these messengers for mercury, and we weren't thinking in terms of benefits. And then a few years into it, studies started to emerge where people were researching seafood eaten as a whole food, and instead of finding harm, they were finding benefits. The more people ate, or the more pregnant women ate, the better results they were getting, and that stopped us in our tracks. And we realized that we couldn't simply conduct a risk assessment. We tried to obtain data from these studies and succeeded, including a study that Joe Hibbland was the principal investigator on. And we realized that we had two things going on at once. We assumed that we had harm from methylmercury, that was still there in some way. And we now assume, and that would be the risk portion of the assessment, we also assume, granted these are assumptions on our part, that there were beneficial effects, and most likely from the nutrients in seafood such as omega-3. So we did a risk and benefit assessment, which we ended up naming the assessment of net effects. And we ran the numbers for about 47 different types of commercial species of fish. And when the numbers came out of the computer, we sort of looked at them in amazement, because what they showed were seafood really across the board, regardless of species, was net beneficial. And the benefits you could obtain those benefits from eating reasonably low amounts, but they would go up and up to a certain level, and then they'd stay steady state. And you could end up eating a lot of seafood and still get the benefits. We started looking for where there might be some break point and there would be harm. And what we saw, what the assessment was predicting was, yeah, that was possible, but that was so far out that you couldn't possibly eat that much. We were looking
the
at
prediction
hundreds and
was-
thousands of ounces of fish.
The prediction was what year? Say again.
This was 2014, and we
So
published.
you looked at it again last year to see whether those predictions seemed to match. And in one word, how did you do?
We were within the ballpark. They were not identical, but what we looked at was the 30 seafood consumption studies. At that point, there were 200,000 mother-child pairs, now up to 300,000. And we looked to see whether or not what we predicted ended up matching the evidence now from those studies. And they're in the ballpark. They match pretty well. And we published that in a journal article last year.
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Yeah, that was, and he did that in close to 2 words.
Well, that was your idea, one word.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Could you identify yourself? Yeah.
Hi, Michelle Feist from StarKist. Appreciate the panel discussion. You know, I've been at
nutrition. This afternoon's session will be on consumer outreach, how to help consumers fall in love with seafood. So we're going to address the how to actually get consumers to love seafood. And on your table, there's a summary of benefits for seafood consumption, and the FDA net effects report that Mr. Phil Spiller had referenced is on one of the pages, which is the top 10 seafood consumed in the U.S. And per that report, the upper weekly limit that you can eat before any mercury risk. So, for example, for salmon, you can have 53 pounds per week before you hit mercury risk. So I just wanted to let you know that, risk is relative. There's risks to everyday life. There's also benefits to what we do in our daily lives as well. And so it's all about balance. Right now we have lunch, and it's buffet style. So go ahead and take the next, I think we have until 1:45 for lunch. So this is a great chance for you to network.
Testing wireless lavalier. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing. Testing wireless lavalier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, hey. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Good afternoon. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Check, check. Testing wireless lavalier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Room check. Walking space. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing.
through it. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We will begin the program shortly.
For millennia, our ocean and Great Lakes have sustained life on Earth. Our lives and our waters are entwined and connected. The healthy balance between humanity and the ocean now faces unprecedented challenges. Our history and way of life threatened. Leaders must emerge to chart a course towards a more sustainable future. This is a story of vision, service, and leadership. For over 50 years, our national marine sanctuaries have served as beacons of hope in a changing world. Here, solutions are born and nurtured amidst the vast blue expanse. Here, we find inspiration and purpose. The National Marine Sanctuary Foundation is a leader in the fight for our ocean, coasts, and Great Lakes, partnering with NOAA and the ocean community. We are working to clean up underwater habitats and make our waters healthier. We are working tirelessly to innovate new ways to protect sea life. We are mobilizing in response to marine heat waves to restore fragile ecosystems. We work within communities to ignite a passion for ocean conservation. Together, we push to designate more sanctuaries and ensure these special places get the support they need to stay protected. At our center, the heartbeat of our work and our sanctuaries is people. It is the leaders from all walks of life who drive lasting change. We call upon you, our leaders, to unite in a common cause, to join us in safeguarding our ocean and building a brighter future for generations to come. Together, we can all lead with vision, service, and game-changing leadership. Together, we shape a future where our ocean thrives and humanity prospers. Join us at the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Together, we will make waves of change.
Please welcome back Ms. Linda Cornish, founder and president of Seafood Nutrition Partnership. One.
How was lunch? So, I hope you enjoy the wonderful seafood, and your brain and body is now full of great nutrients and omega-3s, and our minds are melding together from all the great seafood nutrition science that we heard this morning. So this morning was about deep science, benefits of maternal health from eating seafood. We heard great science from Dr. Carlson on being able to reduce preterm birth risk by 2/3, and if you dive into the guideline, African American women can reduce preterm birth by up to 75%. So this afternoon we're going to go into how do we help consumers eat seafood and fall in love with seafood. But first, with the preterm birth reduction, we are thrilled to have Dr. Jim Richards. He's head of nutrition, Science and Advocacy for DSM-Firmenich. And he will put those figures into economic terms on how we can save lives and also healthcare costs. So Dr. Jim Richards, welcome up.
Thanks everyone for being here, and I'd like to thank the Seafood Nutrition Partnership for inviting me. I'm really happy to be able to talk with you today. So earlier today, this morning, Susan Carlson presented some really compelling evidence that sufficient intakes of omega-3 fatty acids, especially DHA, whether it's from seafood, whether it's from dietary supplements, can dramatically reduce the risk and incidence of preterm and especially early preterm birth. And in addition to preventing all the, the human suffering associated with that, there's also the real potential to save economic costs as well. And I'll be talking about the more economic side of that equation. So what we did is we commissioned Frost & Sullivan to do a health economic analysis of preterm prevention with DHA. And we basically had them ask the question, if every pregnant woman in the United States was provided with 1,000 milligrams per day of algal DHA as a dietary supplement, what would that mean with respect to preventing preterm births, and what would that mean from a health economic standpoint? Okay, so that's the question that we asked. And before I start, I'm going to say, I'm just from a definitional standpoint, going to use the same definitions that Susan did. So a preterm birth is any baby that's born prior to 37 complete weeks of gestation. A late preterm birth is 34 to 36 weeks. An early preterm birth is less than 34 weeks of gestation. So to start, and Susan showed a slide very similar to this, but as you can see from this graph, the preterm birth rate in the United States has been increasing dramatically since 2014, where it was 9.6% of all births were preterm, less than 37 weeks. In 2022, that rate had increased to 10.38%. 2022 is the last year for which data are available. And what this means is, in hard numbers, is in 2022, more than 380,000 babies in this country were born preterm. Okay? Now, the early preterm birth rate, which I'm not showing on the slide, is held relatively constant at around 2.8%. And what that means is in 2022, of those 380,000 infants that were born preterm, over 100,000 of them were born early preterm, less than 34 weeks of gestation. And if we compare the United States with other countries, we really don't fare very well. Okay? In 2023, I think, it might have been this year, but I think it was last year, there was a paper published in The Lancet that published preterm birth rates as a percentage of live births from all around the world. What I'm showing on this slide are the top 20 countries in the world by income per capita that also had their preterm birth rates published in that Lancet article. And you can see at 10% of live births in 2020, the United States is well above everybody else. The averages in Europe tend to be 5.5% to 8.5%, and the average over those top 20 countries was 7.3%. And as Susan said earlier today, she thinks we could get down to 6%. So our preterm birth rate is high, and this is reflected again in the March of Dimes report card, which gives the United States a D+ for preterm birth. And as Susan pointed out, geographically, preterm birth is not equally distributed. The rates tend to be higher in the southern states, which are shown in red in this map. They tend to be lower on the West Coast and in select states in the Northeast, but overall, the preterm birth rate in the U.S., again, well above 10%, earning a D+ from the March of Dimes. The March of Dimes report also demonstrated, and the data comes from the CDC, is there are real racial and ethnic disparities in the incidence of preterm birth in the United States, with the lowest rates of preterm and early preterm birth in Asian and non-Hispanic white populations, and with the highest incidence among black mothers. And to put, again, just a comparison, black birthing people in 2022 had a 54% higher rate of preterm birth than white birthing people, and the rate of early preterm birth was more than double. Okay? So there's a real disparity here as well. And it's important to remember, I mean, the point of, the main focus of my talk is about health economics, but let's not forget that, I mean, this has a real, human impact as well. Okay, so also from the March of Dimes report, preterm birth or low birth weight is the second leading cause of infant mortality in the United States. That's shown in the graph on the left in the orange bar, with the only cause that's higher is from birth defects. Okay, another important feature of preterm, and especially preterm birth, is that it dramatically increases the risk that infant will ultimately develop any of a variety of long-term comorbidities or disabilities or conditions, however you want to call them. And the four I'm showing on the graph are cerebral palsy, autism, intellectual and developmental disabilities, and asthma. And I'm showing these four because the costs associated with these four were captured in Frost and Sullivan's report. Okay, so if we look at cerebral palsy, which admittedly is the most dramatic here, but if you set the risk of a full-term infant's risk of developing cerebral palsy to 1, a late preterm infant is almost 3 times more likely to develop cerebral palsy, and an early preterm infant is 15 times as likely to develop cerebral palsy. And all of these, and there are other conditions as well, but these are the four that Frost and Sullivan focused on. All of these, again, in addition to the human challenges of it, there's health economic costs, increased hospitalizations, medications, reduced productivity during the lifetime. So from a health economic standpoint, these are very important conditions as well, and really affect early preterms. So let's go then to the report itself. I have here the title page, and before I forget, because I've already forgotten, I would like to thank Chris Shanahan at Frost and Sullivan, his name's on the report, for working very diligently in doing this assessment and writing this report. So again, this report came out in April of last year. I'm providing the link. You can be downloaded at everydaycounts.com, and there's a QR code there as well. And just to reiterate, the question we had them ask was, again, if every woman who's pregnant got that 1,000 milligrams per day of alkyl DHA, what would that do to the number of preterm births? What would that do to the economics? So what are their assumptions? A complete data set of birth rates and preterm birth rates was available through the year 2021 when they started this project. You may remember from the graph, you may not, but 2021 was the highest year of preterm birth rate in all the years, since 2007 at least. So they decided to be a little more conservative when they're projecting out over time. They said, let's not start with 10.5%, that might be anomalous. Let's start with 10.1%, which was the average between 2016 and 2021. They assumed a baseline early preterm birth rate of 2.76%, and they assumed that the overall birth rate in the United States would continue to decline as it had in the previous decade, right? And so as the total number of births go down, the total number of preterm births would also be expected to go down as well, right? So these are to be conservative here in their estimates. From an efficacy of DHA supplementation standpoint, recall that Susan showed the data, the conclusion of the Cochrane review, which was that adequate intakes could reduce preterm birth and early preterm birth by 11% and 42% respectively. Frost and Sullivan went with a slightly more conservative approach based on a separate meta-analysis where they were assuming a 12% and 35% reduction in preterm and early preterm birth. And then again, 1,000 milligrams per day of alkyl DHA. Why did we choose that? A couple reasons. First of all, the clinical practice guideline that Susan talked about in her talk was not available yet. And so we decided to go with sort of that high level of DHA supplementation that she used in the ADORE study that she showed data about earlier in her talk. So in that study, she looked at 1,000 milligrams of algal DHA that was provided by DSM Firmenich for that clinical trial. So what Frost did is they broke out the costs of preterm birth as what they defined as direct costs and indirect costs. And direct costs, simply put, are basically the first 6 months of medical costs after the baby is born. So that's really driven by hospitalization and particularly costs associated with being in the NICU, the neonatal intensive care unit. So what they did is they calculated the excess medical costs, and that means the costs above what would be borne by a term infant. Okay, so we're only looking at the delta, the increase in costs. So they consulted the health economic literature around how much does the NICU cost, and I don't have a pointer, but you can see on the graph on the left, gestational age goes down as you go down on the y-axis, and not surprisingly, the cost goes up, right? They took into account the fact that about half of the babies born in the United States are born under Medicaid. Medicaid pays out less than private insurance, and they adjusted all this for inflation. And so in 2021, they estimated that the excess direct or hospitalization cost for a late preterm infant was about $20,000, and for an early preterm infant was about $149,000. They also looked at what they call the indirect costs, and these are the lifetime costs associated with the increased risk of a person developing cerebral palsy, autism, asthma, or an intellectual and developmental disability. They reviewed the health economic literature, again with costs related to these health challenges. They looked at medical costs such as physician visits, medications, hospital stays, non-medical costs like special education costs, and productivity losses, both productivity losses of the individual who had potentially developed one of these health challenges, and the lost productivity of a parent who is taking care of such an individual. And so after all these inputs are taken into account, what they determined was that overall, on average, 2/3 of the cost of preterm and early preterm birth are related to those first 6 months of hospital care. About 19% are related to productivity losses, and about 14% are related to those lifetime disability management costs. If you compare a late preterm versus an early preterm, you can see that the early preterms, not surprisingly, on average, there's a much greater cost associated with that because they're developing comorbidities in the hospital, like sepsis, potentially, and many others, and they're more likely to develop those lifelong disabilities as well. So for a late preterm, the average cost above the cost of a term infant was $44,000, and for an early preterm, over $220,000 on average. So then what you do, you multiply that $44,000 by the number of late preterms and the $220,000 by the number of early preterms, and they estimated that in 2021, the total cost of preterm birth was $34.5 billion. Okay, $23 billion of which was related to early preterm birth. What about DHA, right? If we assume that DHA reduces the incidence of preterm birth by 12%, including a reduced incidence of early preterm birth by 35%, and all those mothers had access to a protective level of DHA, it's just math. How many early preterms are there in a year? Multiply that by 35%. That's how many early preterms you prevent, right? And so extrapolating forward from 2023 to 2030, they estimated on average DHA supplementation would reduce the number of early preterm babies by 32,000 per year, or between 2023 and the end of the decade, 250,000 babies. Okay. And the number of term infants, preterm infants as a whole by 40,000. And just for clarity, that 40,000 includes the 32,000. That 32,000 is a subset of the 40,000. Okay, I showed you a couple of slides ago here that the total population cost of preterm birth was $34.5 billion. in 2021, and you can see that number now on the left side of the slide. If you prevent all those preterm births, multiplied by the costs of those preterm births, that turned out in 2021 would have been a healthcare cost savings of $8.32 billion. Okay. If you account for the cost of the DHA at market value in 2021, that was estimated to be about $930 million. So you subtract that from the 8.32, there was a net avoidable preterm birth cost of $7.39 billion. So in other words, if every pregnant woman had been supplied with 1,000 milligrams per day of algal DHA, it would be predicted to prevent over 40,000 preterm births, and the net savings would have been $7.4 billion in 2021. Forecasting that forward from 2023 to 2030, a little more than taking into account, yes, declining birth rates, but also taking into account inflation, they project healthcare savings of a little more than $8 billion per year after you pay for the DHA. This is just breaking this out by cost component. Again, the majority of that cost would be saved from the hospitalization, the healthcare in the first 6 months of life, with the next big chunk being savings on lost productivity, and then savings on managing those lifetime disability challenges. So, to conclude, preterm and especially early preterm birth are leading causes of infant mortality in the United States, and they dramatically increase the risk of a variety of disabilities, including cerebral palsy and the others that I've told you about. And there are others as well, but these are the four that Frost and Sullivan focused on. The U.S. preterm birth rate has increased substantially since 2014. Currently, more than 1 in 10 infants is born preterm, and of those, more than 1 in 4 are born early preterm. There is pronounced racial and ethnic disparities in the rates of preterm and early preterm birth, with increased rates in several groups relative to white parents, with the heaviest hit being black moms. Preterm birth is estimated to have cost the U.S. over $34 billion in 2021. Most of that was associated with the early preterm births. Supplementation of all those who are pregnant with effective levels of DHA is predicted to reduce the number of preterm births by over 40,000 per year, including a reduction of over 30,000 early preterm births per year. And this would translate to, in addition to the human, helping people, this would translate to a net savings per year of over $8 billion. And so with that, I'm putting on, if you would like to download the report, you're more than welcome to, or if you give me your card, I'd happy to email it to you. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to entertain questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Just a comment to reinforce what Jim said. These are really conservative estimates because the Cochrane Review includes countries that have very low rates of preterm birth, and that's where most of the studies have been done, frankly, is in the developed world. You saw our high rate, so we would expect a much bigger reduction in preterm birth in this country.
Jim, it strikes me that your ally, or our ally in this matter, would be the health insurance companies. They'd be very pleased to hear about they could save $8 billion by using DHA for these women. So, I don't imagine you've had time to enlist them yet, but is there any thought about doing something like that?
I think that's an excellent idea. We have been so far focused on doing advocacy around this with medical groups like ACOG, with governmental groups, trying to make it so that DHA, these supplements would be more available to women. It would be wonderful if they were available using WIC money or SNAP money. I think that your idea is a very good one, and we've talked about that. I think I think going to like a health maintenance organization, for example, where it's entirely encapsulated, right? They have the doctors, they have the hospitals, they have the pharmacies. I think going to a group like that and showing this type of data could be very powerful. I totally agree with you, Norm.
Joe Hiblin here. This is such a compelling and outstanding story that needs to be communicated. My question is, what might be the best Washington Post reporter or CNN reporter who has a good enough background in science that we can present this to so that we can get the word out?
I love that question. I don't have the answer, but I see Sonia's raising her hand.
I can contact his award-winning producer.
Thank you. I put a lot of thought into this also because I think it's more than compelling, but we sort of ties in what do we do socially, the social responsibility to this, now that we're sitting on this data and now that this data has been developed by many researchers in this group for 40 years, right? And it's sort of equivalent to the folic acid fortification story that really transformed how women think about their pregnancy. And I work with Jim. Julia Duchatel is in the room also. So there's 3 of us here who have been sitting on this for a couple of years thinking. And that's that communication piece, and that's that piece that we are speaking to the various organizations, but we need others to pick it up organically and then to drive it, because it's really not our, it's not our story completely. It's not our story, right? It's the story of a collective group in this room. So, and like I said, a baby is being born every day, right? With this situation that impacts parents, et cetera. So.
Question in the back.
In about 2010, there was a study by Tresand et al., a Harvard economist, that had put out that because of the 1/10 of an IQ point loss in IQ that was supposedly associated with mothers that had the mercury high enough to indicate that they had eaten enough seafood that supposedly would put their child at risk, $800 billion per year was being lost. I'm not certainly not going to stand behind that figure, but that was their suggestion. If we just plotted linearly how many children we know are born without the benefit of seafood nutrition, 6 or 7 IQ points per, how many $1 trillion are we talking lost because we're not adequately nourishing moms during pregnancy and their offspring?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point too. And that wasn't that sort of lost IQ points per se were not captured in that assessment, but it would be really interesting to do that.
So I was just going to say one other thing, Susan. Remember when we presented this data to when Frost and Sullivan presented the data to us, and they said they had done a lot of cost analysis. They had never seen any cost analysis that was this profound. I think that says a lot about the story.
So the graph you have with the U.S. showing higher than any other developed country.
Yes.
What do you think could be driving that high rate compared to the other countries?
Thought a lot about that. I'm sure I don't have all the answers. I mean, part of the answer is we don't eat seafood in this country, but that's certainly not, at least we don't eat enough, and that's not the whole answer. I think there's problems with access to healthcare in a lot of populations. I'm sure there's a number of answers, and I don't have them all. But I think healthcare access, discrimination, poor diets, all those types of things would contribute to that. And there's probably many other things I'm just not aware of. But it's reversible, right? I mean, eating seafood, taking dietary supplements, this is simple, this is straightforward, it's affordable, it's effective, right? I mean, this is not a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. We're talking about seafood. We all need to eat more seafood. Seafood's safe. But for anybody in here who's concerned about dietary supplements, I just want to say in the United States, we're really good at purifying fish oil in a supplement. We also have algal for people who are vegan and vegetarian, because vegan, vegetarian pregnant women may not want to take fish oil. But I just want to allay any concern or doubt about the quality of fish oil in the United States. We're really good at it. We've been doing it a long time. There's third-party certification. All brands are pretty good, you know, and I mean, they're all purified the same. I mean, anyway, there shouldn't be any hesitation about taking PHA.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, we're moving into the consumer behavior and outreach segment. And so I'd like to bring up Ms. Sarah Crowley. She's the VP of Marketing and Communications for Seafood Nutrition Partnership, and will share lessons learned on our campaign that we're rolling out called Fall in Love with Seafood, because it sounds like we all need to help consumers fall in love with seafood.
Hi, y'all. What a great day. And everyone in this room knows the importance of seafood. We heard wonderful information today about research underscoring not only for all adults, but especially for pregnant women and for infants, how important it is. But how do we get the message through to consumers? How do we get them to eat more seafood? And so that was the challenge we had in developing this national seafood promotion campaign called Fall in Love with Seafood. And so I'm going to give you a little update on the campaign, where it's going, how it's done so far. It was exactly a year ago today where I presented this campaign and we had not yet launched it. So we really didn't know what was going to happen once we started partnering with our suppliers and our retailers. Could we move the needle and actually get people to eat more seafood? Spoiler, we can. Which one do I hit? Do I hit the green button? Oh, there we go. Okay, great. So many industries, as you guys know, have commodity boards, and those boards are often funded by a checkoff program. So there is a large bucket of money that's available to promote that given commodity. So whether it's the pork board or avocados from Mexico, beef what's for dinner, National Potato Council, and of course everyone knows Got Milk. So they have a lot of money to put behind these campaigns. And if you look just in the protein space, whether it's the Beef Council or the Pork Council, or even Purdue Farms, they spend $100 million a year in marketing. The Pork Council, the Beef Council are spending between $20 and $40 million a year. We do not have that kind of organization in the seafood industry. We have the Seafood Nutrition Partnership. Our goal is to unify the industry to promote seafood overall, and in the end, improve the health and happiness of Americans. And so Seafood Nutrition Partnership is funded through voluntary donations and grants, and we've had wonderful support from the industry and from our retail partners. And we launched this new campaign, as I said, last October. Our first major effort was with HEB in January of 2024, and Jason Driscoll is here. Thank you, Jason. He was an amazing partner, and I'll show you a little bit about some of the things we did there and also what the results were. So again, our goal is ongoing awareness and education. We're also trying to drive ongoing awareness and education with federal policymakers on the public health benefits of seafood consumption. Now, we are targeting people who are currently eating seafood. They're our sweet spot and our biggest opportunity to drive sales. So if you take an occasional seafood consumer, and that's someone who's eating seafood about once a month, less than twice a week for sure, and we compel them to eat one more seafood meal a week, that would increase seafood sales overall in the United States by 10%, which would equate to incremental sales of $1.6 billion. So there's a huge opportunity focusing current seafood consumers and really focusing in on those occasional consumers. So that's who we're going after with this campaign. So the goal is to increase awareness and seafood purchase consideration. We want to drive consumption in the target markets where we're launching this campaign. And we also want to test the creative in media. What's working? What are consumers responding to? And make sure we're learning and constantly optimizing our messaging and our campaign. And for the seafood industry, we really want to be a catalyst to enable the industry to work together to drive consumption. You know the adage, a rising tide lifts all boats. How do we work together and have a campaign that not only unifies us, but drives sales and returns a positive ROI? So we really want to get consumers eating more seafood, and we want to get the seafood industry excited about this campaign and the ability it has to increase seafood consumption. We've had some great support so far, great partners and campaigns. From the retail side, we have HEB, again, our first partner, Publix, Weiss, Harris Teeter, and Hy-Vee. And we're talking with many retailers now about 2025 and expanding and growing this campaign nationwide. And the great news is that the suppliers that have supported this campaign span every category: fresh, frozen, shelf-stable, ready meals, multiple species, own brand, and national brands. And so you can see examples here of the suppliers that have supported the campaigns to date. And we really appreciate the support, and we've had several suppliers support multiple campaigns. So we're feeling very good about the support and what we've been able to deliver with these campaigns. All right, so fall in love with seafood. When you talk to consumers about seafood, and this, again, we're talking about current seafood consumers, and you ask them what compels them to eat seafood or how can we get them to eat more seafood, the bottom line is taste. It has to be delicious. It has to be something that they crave, that they want to eat themselves and they want to share with their families. We did a lot of research, both focus groups and online surveys with current seafood consumers, and nutrition was number 2, and a number of other factors followed after that, but far and away, it has to be something delicious. And so we knew we had to key in on that yummy factor when we developed this campaign. So the Fall in Love with Seafood campaign was tested with consumers with 2 other campaigns. 3 total campaigns were tested, and for the Fall in Love with Seafood campaign, 77% of the consumers that we talked to said it made them want to eat more seafood. We were like, yes, we're on to something. And the goal here was to have these bright, beautiful visuals of seafood. People would look at this, they would want seafood. If they were on their phone looking at social media or on a website, that imagery would stop them to say, oh, that looks so good. And then a kind of cheeky, sassy headline, like, let's role play, to get them to remember and smile, and hopefully click through. And in all cases, we're clicking through to our retail partners' website and their seafood offering. So whether it's Let's Role Play, Reignite an Old Flame, we've got Fins with Benefits, and Hot Stuff coming through, this campaign so far has been doing really well. And I'll share some of the statistics in a second. I'll show a couple of executions that have motion and video. So that's just a quick clip showing how we customize for our retail partners. And in this case, if someone clicked on that ad, it would go right through to the HEB landing page that says Fall in Love with Seafood, and it has all the products for the suppliers that supported the campaign. Getting that sexual feeling. But we know, and we joke at SNP that we know an execution is going to be a winner when it makes Linda blush. And this one made her blush and maybe even cringe. But I will say that so far, this execution has gotten the most engagement. It made people stop, it made them laugh, it made them crave seafood, and it made them, most importantly, engage and click through. So again, this is just a quick summary of the campaign. You know, we launched it with the industry just about a year ago, and then our first major effort was with HEB in January. We've done efforts with Hy-Vee, Weiss. Harris Teeter is active right now, and then we'll be in all 1,400 Publix stores during National Seafood Month, starting in October. And then we're partnering with Jason and his team again to make an even bigger and better effort in January 2025. And we're talking to a large number of retailers about campaigns for 2025. And you can see some of them here, and some major chains like Albertsons, who has 2,300 stores, and others. We're actively in discussions right now. So just a quick snapshot on the results. So in 2024, 2,600 stores will participate with Fall in Love with Seafood at retail. The campaign itself will be seen over 60 million times. And for the first half for HEB and Weiss, where we have results, we have delivered an average $4 ROI. And that means that for every dollar that we invested in marketing, we brought back $4 in incremental seafood sales. So we've seen some great response, and also the click-through rate. So again, how many people are clicking through? The average for the industry is about 1.5%, and our campaign is driving a 3.5% click-through rate. So that means, again, people are engaging. Over 175,000 of them are engaging with us. And what was really a little surprising, but a very good thing, is that over a third of those engagements, the people who are liking and sharing and clicking on our advertising, they're 18 to 34. So even though we're targeting 25 to 54, we're getting that younger segment. And so I think the campaign and the cheekiness is breaking through. When you think about consumers, they see 10,000 ads a day. And so we have to figure out a way to get their attention. And I think we're starting to do that. And so, you know, the way that we're doing that is not only having really breakthrough creative with sassy headlines and beautiful imagery, but also making sure we're reaching them throughout their day. So we're using all kinds of media to make sure that from when they wake up, when they go to bed, they're going to see this messaging. So whether it's influencers, we have trade PR, website, we're doing out of home, and then using all the digital tools like Chicory and Ibotta and Neptune. And these are all tools that reach the consumer where they are. And again, they've chosen to go to a recipe website and look up salmon recipe. Our ad is going to show up in that salmon recipe, and it will have a salmon image, and they can click and buy salmon. So we're really trying to integrate our messaging into their life, take them down that purchase path. Just here's a couple of examples. So we've got a number of influencers that we've been using. These three women have collectively over 1.2 million followers. Valentine Thomas on the far right there, she is known as the Spearfisher Woman. Some of you may know her. She's a seafood sustainability influencer, and she has about, again, 500,000 followers, and she's been a great supporter of SNP. And when she puts a video out there and we have her do something with HEB, we get tremendous response. We get over 1,000 people liking and sharing her posts. And so it's really important to get that third party who has a big following talking about seafood. Facebook, YouTube, you can see examples of how we customize these for HEB or for Weiss. More examples, Neptune, which will actually feed programmatic digital ads to your device. And so if you're living in Texas and you eat seafood, we're going to find where you're consuming your media and put ads there. And we've got lots of things we've been doing with online and email, and Chicory, again, is the recipe integration. And then we're leveraging the tools of our retail partners. So Weiss and Harris Teeter have beautiful magazines that they share with their consumers. And so here's an example of a spread that Weiss did in their Healthy Bites magazine, featuring one of our partners, Sea Cuisine, and then featuring 2 recipes for seafood. And they also put us on the cover, and they actually put a full page in there about the benefits of seafood. And then Harris Teeter, again, they're promoting us in their Discovery magazine. And then partnering with dietitians is a really important thing. One, it is really underscoring the nutritional benefits of seafood. And two, these dietitians get out there in the marketplace. They have relationships with the local media. And so the Hy-Vee and the Weiss dietitians do regular segments on local television. So when we partnered with them, they went on and talked about falling in love with seafood. They wore the fall in love with seafood aprons, and they really communicated the nutritional benefits. And then in these cases, they showed how easy it was to prepare right there on air. So as we move forward, we want to do more with the retail dietitians. We did cooking classes with the Weiss retail dietitians, and we did a seafood challenge with, that's the Weiss dietitians, I'm sorry, that's the Hy-Vee dietitians. But I think that, you know, again, anything we can do to partner with the dietitians to get the message out there will really help underscore the nutritional benefits. And also, they're hearing it from someone they know and trust. And then digital out of home, we're actually going to have digital billboards running as part of the Publix campaign in Florida. So again, keeping seafood top of mind throughout your day, you're commuting to work or you're going to the store, you're going to see these signs and hopefully say, oh, that's what I want tonight for dinner. So that's a quick update on the Fall in Love with Seafood campaign, and I would open it up for any questions.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Camila, I'm with the Marine Stewardship Council. I was really impressed by that $4 ROI. And I think my question is really around how you quantify that incremental seafood sale. We do a lot of marketing campaigns with our partners as well, and that's always one of the hardships of how do we actually demonstrate awareness converting into purchase. And I would love to hear your take on that.
Yeah, and it really is the partnership with the retailer. Depending on the retailer, with HEB, we were working very closely with their internal digital marketing team. All of the media that we put out there to support the campaign drove to this landing page. So we knew exactly how much we spent, how many people went to that landing page, and how many purchased. And so working with HEB, they were able to share with us those results. In other cases, like with Weiss, they actually shared their Circana data. And we did, again, the pre and the post, and we looked at incremental sales. So it depends on the retailer, but we've really been trying to work with them to isolate what has happened during the campaign. Sure. Okay, good. Thank you.
Hey. So I'm going to bring up Dr. Steve Sommerfeld with Superior Fresh for the next presentation. For Sarah to come on board at S&P just a little over a year and a half ago and help us create that campaign is amazing. The Fall in Love with Seafood campaign is on the Seafood Nutrition Partnership website at seafoodnutrition.org. At the very upper right is Fall in Love with Seafood. You can see all the campaign assets. And then there's a little link that says Campaign Toolkit. You got to dive in there, and all the assets and ready-made social media posts are there for you to use. So please use it. It's free to use. Okay, next up, so Dr. Steve Sommerfeld is the Chief Science Officer for Superior Fresh, and he's going to provide an overview of recirculating aquaculture systems and raising high omega-3 fish.
It's a huge honor to be here, and my eyes have been opened. I just joined this science advisory group, and I'm an engineer. I've worked in sustainable fish production systems for 35 years with the Conservation Fund, and then now at Superior Fresh. And it's amazing to see the evidence that omega-3s in fish are super good for you. So this is a little bit of a turn. We're focusing on how do we get the fish to market, from a production standpoint, and I've spent 26 years at the Conservation Fund where protecting land and water resources are a focus. And with U.S. Department of Agriculture research funding, we studied how to produce fish in land-based systems using a minimal water footprint and capturing the waste and excluding pathogens and operating ideally with no pesticides or antibiotics to produce very healthy fish to feed the U.S. with an American domestically produced product. And then at 7 years ago approximately, I went to work at Superior Fresh, and Superior Fresh has been in the market since 2018, every week putting Atlantic salmon into the market, and also producing millions of pounds of organic leafy greens using a glass greenhouse, 13 acres, where the nutrients produced by the fish are reclaimed for other human food and also for regenerative farming. So in this presentation, I get to talk a little bit about repeating from a more simplistic standpoint why or how high omega-3 fish are good for you. Focusing and then how do we produce fish in the USA and why do we produce salmon? Salmon's the #1 fish consumed in the U.S. And then why land-based salmon farming, which is very different from how fish are also produced. So this is a review, and I found it extremely exciting to study our fish and to understand, to tell consumers why they're healthy, to tell the owners why we're raising the fish this way, why are we spending more money on the feed to provide a fish that has higher omega-3, because it's better for the consumer. It's also better for those fish. They have better welfare. So omega-3 polyunsaturated fatty acids are essential. That means the body doesn't make them. You have to get them from food. And the two most important, if you've heard, EPA and DHA, mainly come from fish. They mainly come from marine oils. And they have all the benefits we've heard about. And I've always thought about the benefits to the heart and the brain and didn't realize all the other benefits they have. But what's important is that I think, I've dwelled on this, is that alpha-linoleic acid, which is an omega-3 that sits alongside the EPA and DHA, the body and the fish, the humans and fish, they use it for energy, but it doesn't convert in fish very efficiently into EPA and DHA. So for them to get the healthy omega-3s, the best omega-3s, they need to consume it in the marine oil. It's not going to be produced from something else or very inefficiently. I say this all the time, you are what you eat, and so are the fish. They are what they eat. And it's important, we've been hearing over and over again, to get so many milligrams or grams of EPA and DHA per 100-gram portion, 3.5 ounce portion. And the salmon industry and the industry in North America has looked at what is in the grocery store. This is a study by Dr. Colombo in Canada, and what's in the grocery stores in Canada, just done in 2020. And it shows that the farmed fish, whether they were from Atlantic salmon that were normal or organic certified or organic certified Chinook salmon, they have high levels of omega-3, 700 to 900 milligrams. They looked at some of the wild salmon available, and wild salmon, so Atlantic salmon is a species, and then there's 5 or 6 species of wild salmon that are Pacific. These are Pacific salmon, and they can be harvested at different locations at different times. So this is a snapshot that can have a lot of variation depending on where you get your fish, when you get it, what watershed it came from, when it was harvested. But they have 2,500 milligrams of EPA and DHA, not just omega-3s, but EPA and DHA for a 100-gram, 3.5 ounce portion. And the wild pink didn't have as much, but there's a large variation. So I go out to eat when I travel, and I have to travel way too much. In the U.S. now, you go to the restaurant, and there's mostly salmon everywhere I go. And most of my colleagues buy steak. And they're buying an 8-ounce, a 12-ounce, a 16-ounce steak. And I want that too in my salmon, because I always buy salmon instead of steak. And I'll buy wild salmon, I'll buy farm salmon. So an 8-ounce salmon, Superior Fresh, we have about 2,100 milligrams of EPA and DHA in it, and I eat it almost every day. That's almost 5 100,000 milligrams in an 8-ounce portion. So you can get yourself super high doses just by eating an 8-ounce portion of salmon. And most of those salmon have a tremendous level of EPA and DHA. And I'll sit with the guys and they'll be saying, well, I'm going to eat my grass-fed beef. When you look up the science on grass-fed beef, EPA and DHA, it's only 10 milligrams to 14 milligrams. So they're not getting it. There's almost 100 times more in salmon. And then when you look at other foods, tuna is an excellent source. A lot of seafood's an excellent source. But I love to eat nuts and almonds. They have ALA, but they don't have EPA and DHA, 0. So it's important to get to know what foods you can get to provide yourself with a healthy diet. And it's anti-inflammatory. And I'm hearing that over and over again. And salmon farmers are in business, and the price of feed and the sustainability of harvesting from the ocean means that they're feeding a lot more omega-6s, which are vegetable oils. So when you substitute out omega-3s, you have omega-6s, and this you have lower omega-3s. And omega-6s, that first thing I did, I sat down next to Joe yesterday, and I was saying, Joe, tell me about omega-6s. What's the consequence? And there's actually some pretty negative consequences to having a lot of linoleic acid. But the big simple things for someone who's not a nutritionist, I'm a chemical engineer, is eating more omega-3s is anti-inflammatory, and the omega-6s tend to be inflammatory. So they're the gasoline, Joe said, that goes on the fire when you have inflammation. And it was amazing to be here to have the argument about worrying about mercury in salmon or in other fish just disappear because there's so much high selenium. It says in the handouts we can eat 50 pounds of salmon a week and still not worry about mercury. So I eat a lot of salmon. I eat 3 or 4 pounds a week, but 50 pounds you could eat. I think that's incredible. And then I'm getting older, I'm achy joints. I want to have collagen. I always eat the skin. It's very crispy. It's high in collagen. You get the selenium, antioxidants, vitamin B. A lot of great reasons to eat salmon. They're a superfood. So salmon is the most consumed fish in the USA. That's profound. Over 1 billion pounds are produced globally just to feed the US market. Now that's mostly Atlantic salmon, but it's also wild Pacific salmon. And I wish we had more wild Pacific salmon. It's a great product. But the US has grown in salmon consumption over 20% a year during the 2 COVID years, but over the last 10 to 12 years, it's been averaging about 8% growth year over year in salmon consumption in the US. And there's just not enough wild salmon to meet that demand, and farmed Atlantic salmon is the most predominant fish consumed in the US. Unfortunately, 95% of that salmon is imported. Most of the salmon is produced elsewhere, even though we're the world's largest salmon market. About 5 million pounds of salmon are produced globally, and if you think about how much cattle, poultry, and hogs the U.S. produces, that's tiny. 5 billion pounds is almost a rounding error compared to what we produce for terrestrial animals in the U.S., but it's a very healthy food. And Norway and Chile produce about 80% of what we consume in the U.S., and that, to get here fresh, is shipped by air freight. And when we think about sustainability, if you haven't realized, the carbon footprint of the food production method is one aspect, but if you air freight it, you just dominated the carbon footprint with your life cycle assessment. So I worked on a publication that looked at using pumps and all the energy to recycle water in a land-based system, so we have zero wastewater discharge. And then when you compare the carbon footprint to shipping the fish from Norway, produced in Norway with air freight, well, the carbon footprint's higher. But salmon are produced in the ocean in some of the most pristine environments, and I'm glad that we have all these salmon to eat. So land-based salmon have been assessed by the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch. They're ranked best choice. We've never used antibiotics or pesticides with the fish. when I worked at the Freshwater Institute and raised salmon for 26 years with trout, we never used antibiotics or pesticides. Whoa, now we're going into the automatic mode. That's scary. Go back one. You can maximize food safety and traceability because you close the environment in land-based systems. I said air freight, you minimize environmental impact. You can protect the water resources because you're hardly using any water resource when you recycle 99.9% of the water. And you can give back to the land with this regenerative agriculture practices. So quickly, places can use 99.9% of the water. That means the only water that leaves is such a small amount, it's a spill, that we can irrigate that on the crop. So we have zero wastewater discharge. There's zero pollution to the surface waters with this kind of production method. When we irrigate, we're irrigating native grasses and alfalfa, and the hay that's harvested off those fields is going to bedding and feed for cattle and other livestock. And then you reclaim the biosolids that the feces, you mineralize it, you can then inject it in the corn and soybean fields. That's done every year. And the offal, which if it's not being sold to pet food, can be made into an organic soil amendment and a compost and applied to fields to a soil amendment. So there's a lot of ways to give back to the land when you raise the salmon on the land. So in summary, eating seafood gives you the EPA and DHA you can't get elsewhere. And salmon's a great choice, and I think it's amazing salmon's the #1 fish now consumed in the U.S. It can be raised on land, it can be raised in net pens, it can be caught by fishers in Alaska or other areas. Paying attention to how the fish is produced and sustainability is always important. And when we raise salmon on land, we have a chance to reclaim the nutrients. Fish, salmon waste 80% of the phosphorus and 60% of the nitrogen they're fed. Those are the very valuable nutrients. And if they're not captured, they just pollute. So when you capture them, you can use them and repurpose them. So I wanted to conclude with that. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
What supermarkets can we get your fish in?
Most of our salmon are sold within a 400-mile radius of our farm in Wisconsin. We have a new farm in Indiana as we're growing, but the fish won't be there until 2 more years. In the East Coast, the first market we went into was Mom's Organic Market in this area. We were the first salmon they decided to sell because they believe in our sustainability story. And now we're also in Wegmans.
Joe Hiblin here. This is again a wonderful product and a wonderful presentation and hits a lot of issues of regenerating soil in the U.S. and in the world. What do you see as your major barriers or major hurdles for your company to sell salmon and get your message out further than 400 miles? What are the barriers?
Well, the U.S. salmon market is huge, and we are producing less than 1% of the market. All of our salmon have always been sold, so we don't have enough salmon to spread everywhere. So we have so many more people asking to buy our salmon than we have available. It's a good problem to have. For us to expand, we are expanding now threefold. We will become the second largest salmon producer, we think. There's not a lot of salmon producers in the U.S. And it's an investment that's capital intensive, and the market loves it, so we have to have consumers that are willing to pay for this product. So when you go, we are not the cheapest product on the market, but there is a tiered market in salmon. So there are a lot of people that want to pay more for that product.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Steve, for your presentation. And we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to set up for our next panel. So use this opportunity for a beverage break, bio break, and we'll be back with a great panel on how we help consumers actually get to the seafood. So come on back.
For millennia, our ocean and Great Lakes have sustained life on Earth. Our lives and our waters are entwined and connected. The healthy balance between humanity and the ocean now faces unprecedented challenges. Our history and way of life threatened. Leaders must emerge to chart a course towards a more sustainable future. This is a story of vision, service, and leadership. For over 50 years, our national marine sanctuaries have served as beacons of hope in a changing world. Here, solutions are born and nurtured amidst the vast blue expanse. Here, we find inspiration and purpose. The National Marine Sanctuary Foundation is a leader in the fight for our ocean, coasts, and Great Lakes, partnering with NOAA and the ocean community. We are working to clean up underwater habitats and make our waters healthier. We are working tirelessly to innovate new ways to protect sea life. We are mobilizing in response to marine heat waves to restore fragile ecosystems. We work within communities to ignite a passion for ocean conservation. Together, we push to designate more sanctuaries and ensure these special places get the support they need to stay protected. At our center, the heartbeat of our work and our sanctuaries is people. It is the leaders from all walks of life who drive lasting change. We call upon you, our leaders, to unite in a common cause, to join us in safeguarding our ocean and building a brighter future for generations to come. Together, we can all lead with vision, service, and game-changing leadership. Together, we shape a future where our ocean thrives and humanity prospers. Join us at the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. Together, we will make waves of change.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We will begin the program within a minute. Please take your seats.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice break. This next panel, we will be covering how to help Americans eat more seafood. We heard this morning that the science says to eat more seafood, and we wonder why. Now we know why we should eat more seafood. Now we're going to talk more about how to eat more seafood. With me today, we have an expert panel to cover this topic. To my right is Mr. Jason Driscoll, VP of Seafood for H-E-B Supermarkets in Texas. And then to his right is Ms. Mandana Khan. She's the head of Nutritional Regulatory and Affairs for StarKist. And then to her right is Mr. John Burrows. He's the Seafood Technical Director for Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute. So thank you for being here today. You know, as we were developing this program, and I looked at all the wonderful science that was going to be shared and all the benefits and nutritional points that we would help everyone eat more seafood, it makes me wonder all the time why people ask me, how do I eat seafood? Seafood Nutrition Partnership does work on the ground in the community. We teach community programs on how to cook seafood, how to eat seafood, and how to buy it affordably. And each time I will have someone say, well, that was great, but where do I buy seafood? And I also live in Memphis, Tennessee now, and I'm the seafood lady, and everyone will say, well, where do I buy seafood? Where do I get good quality seafood? And so today we're going to be covering just some key topics: where to buy seafood, how to incorporate seafood into daily meals that the whole family would like, economical ways to include seafood regularly into any meal occasions, easy ways to cook seafood, and how to keep seafood top of mind. So with that, so Jason, I'm going to start with you. Where would consumers buy seafood?
I think the good thing we're seeing today is accessibility is a lot better for seafood now. So we're finding more and more outlets are able to carry seafood, fresh or frozen, because of those advancements. You have supply chain. It's very, very dialed in now. You have like catcher processors out there literally freezing fish at the peak of its freshness within hours. But you also have a very resilient fresh supply chain as well. I mean, we can temperature monitor things on trucks and know exactly where it is. So in terms of temperature. So I think quality and supply chain and the ability to move things and handle them at their peak of their freshness is really helping more and more places carry seafood than we've seen in the past. So I think accessibility has become a really big thing here. Another thing is that we're really big on building trust. You have to really build trust around seafood because unfortunately for us, it takes one bad experience and someone's going to be out of the seafood category, and it may take a long time for them to come back. So one of the things we really preach at our stores and with our partners is that you really got to build trust with the customer. We're really at the last leg of the supply chain there, so to speak, and getting as close to the end user as possible. And if they don't have a good experience, then we're not doing our job right. We're not really doing our part to make sure that we're ensuring and building confidence and building trust to have a great seafood experience. And all that work that takes to get into the supply chain off the boat or from the farm and to get to us, and for us not to be able to do our job properly with customers is not a great service to the whole mission to help people eat better and consume more seafood. So we're really about building trust, but I also really encourage about the accessibility and how seafood is able to move more effectively throughout, and this is a global business throughout the world, really.
It's really great to know that the supply chain now has been really improved to provide seafood really to any part of the country. Mandana, where do we buy seafood? And you specialize in non-perishable seafood. Where do we find Starkist products?
Great question. Starkist products can be found in any grocery stores, online or in store in the shelf-stable section in the grocery store. We're also a proud producer for the military and also food service. So many of the restaurant chains carry our products such as Jersey Mike's. Try their tuna salad. It's made with our tuna. So as Jason mentioned, accessibility is great. And the fact that we are a shelf-stable product with an iconic brand such as Starkist, which has been around for many years, we have that to our advantage, which is great. And we have great tasting products that can be accessible to anyone.
That's wonderful. And John, so most of the supermarkets will carry some of the common seafoods that Americans are eating. There's top 10 seafoods that Americans eat, shrimp and salmon. Sometimes I love the black cod that we had for lunch. Did you guys like the black cod today? From Alaska. So for the general consumer, that are more landlocked, how do we get Alaska seafood, and is it available in most parts of the country?
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of speaking on to what Jason even mentioned at the start, with the catcher processors, freezing at the peak of freshness. Most of what leaves the state is frozen, so the supply lines are very robust as far as making sure that it gets all across the country. It's going to depend on your own geography a little bit, as far as regional variation, but most supermarkets are going to be carrying Alaska wild seafood in some format, as well as the retailers, or not rather, food service providers as well. Things like McDonald's filet of fish is Alaska seafood. It's pretty penetrating as far as how far we're able to go with products. And I think it's going to be sort of up to you as far as finding what is going to be your best fit, what you're really looking for. It's always good to talk to your the fish counter. Usually they'll have some additional information and just sort of what you're looking for. Yeah, a little bit variable. But
that's great. We'll bring up some photos from HEB. HEB has some of the most beautiful fresh counter. So there's a seafood for you. But Jason, if there's a seafood that a consumer is looking for but they can't find it, how responsive are most grocery stores to providing different products?
Well, I think substitutability is a great thing about seafood because there's a lot of varieties of seafood. So substitutions are always things that we can look at with customers saying, well, if we don't have this, here are some other options that we have that might work for you. But we're also very responsive to customer needs, so we will look at bringing in requested species for customers. And a lot of times we do those things, we find that others are probably wanting that as well. So it turns into being a good mission for us is really listening to our customers and things that they're looking for and taking action to be able to bring those in. But between that and the substitute factor, with all the great varieties of fresh and frozen seafood that's out there, we really find that we can probably satisfy most everybody's needs that come into our stores.
That's wonderful. Okay, so here's a big question. You have a family. Everyone these days seems to be customizing their meals for one child, a spouse, or another. How do you have seafood that everyone likes? And who would like to take that question first?
I can take that. So at Starkist, we offer a variety of products in 40 various different flavors, tuna creations, salmon creations, smart bowls. So we have options for whatever mood people are in. If you want to take our products to a camping trip or the beach, or put it in your backpack, take it with you to use or enjoy after a workout. So the accessibility of that is great, and also we'll have so many various different recipes on starkist.com. Some of them that we've tried for lunch today with our EVO yellowfin tuna in pasta. Last night, one of the very popular items was the buffalo tuna dip, which is one of my family's favorite that I always make around parties, or right now is a great time with football season to be able to use that recipe from starkist.com. So there's so many ways that we can incorporate seafood into our diet.
How about you, John? How do you make sure that there's something that everyone likes?
Yeah. Well, I think it's just seafood is such a diverse protein category. There's hundreds of species available. Just from Alaska, I know we deal with, tens to hundreds. I don't know. Sometimes I lose track of but even amongst the categories. I mean, I was very fortunate to participate last year in Alaska's Symphony of Seafood as a judge, where we're testing new products, and just the sheer volume and diversity of what was on offer was just very impressive. And I think that even something as simple as, I have a nephew who's 5 years old, doesn't want to eat anything. You show him a fish stick though, and he goes nuts. He loves them. So I think there is something available for everybody in the seafood category. It's just a matter of finding that sort of Goldilocks fit for everyone. But you're going to have a lot more choices than you would amongst some of the other proteins, I would say.
Jason, this must be something that you and your team, wrestle with and make sure that you have products that your customers like.
Yeah, we encourage folks, especially if they're new to seafood, start with a milder item, a milder fish. And I think the family can agree on some basic things, salt, pepper, or it could be, a garlic butter, or, whatever everyone is prefers. But yeah, I think starting there, and there's breaded and battered categories, which again, those contain a white fish, very mild. So whether it's a top coating or a full coated fillet, I think a lot of people can approach the category that way. I've always challenged folks that, instead of, normal tacos with the beef, why don't we try the shrimp taco instead and season it up no differently with shrimp or with fish. And again, it could be very mild fish, but I think those are ways you can really bring the family together around seafood, but it really is going to take a commitment, especially if they're new to seafood, but really understanding everything that we understand here and we've heard today. The benefits certainly are so great, and it's so important for families to come up with a plan and stick to it.
It's interesting. It sounds like you have a level 1, level 2, level 3 seafood consumer that you can tailor to at HEB.
Yeah, I mean, you showed a picture earlier of our service counters, which we're really proud of. But the journey may not start there for customers. They may not be ready to go here yet. But again, if you approach it through categories I mentioned, like a frozen category first, like where it's a breaded and battered item, or again a very mild fillet, or maybe a prepared meal, you can enjoy seafood that way, get more confident around it, and then progress more to the advanced level, like you referred to, and getting into some of the different varieties and so forth, and how to request those and how to prepare those.
Yeah, I think one thing you said is, start with what the family is already interested in eating. So it could be a taco, make it a seafood taco, a hamburger, make it a salmon burger. Here we've got some tuna creations from Starkist with a salad. Those are so portable. You can just put it in your office or in your bag and add it to your salad at work. Now, one of the biggest questions that we get from our consumers is how to have seafood on a budget during these inflationary times. The first thing people think about is, well, can I afford it? You talk about all the wonderful benefits of seafood, but how can we actually make that happen? So let's see. Well, Mandana.
Great question. Starkist tuna is a shelf-stable product. It's ready to eat. It's affordable and a great source of protein and other nutrients that we talked about from our distinguished scholars earlier. Our products come in a variety of flavors, 80 to 100 calories, around $1.69 per pound. So it's very affordable. And also I'd like to point out that you could use our products in recipes instead of using chicken or beef, like in a taco. You could open up a pouch and enjoy it with your taco, or mix it with pasta like we tried for lunch. So there's so many different ways that we get an advantage point that our products are shelf stable that can be enjoyed with all the variety of flavors that we talked about.
Wonderful. Now, Alaska seafood is viewed as premium, and we'd love to have wild Alaska seafood. Can it be affordable for consumers?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, you can go break the bank on fresh, just flown in king salmon fillet. You can also, again, go to McDonald's and get a fillet of fish, and it's not going to cost you even a percentage of that. Again, the category is so diverse. You can find just about any product for any budget point. It's just a matter of knowing kind of what you're looking for. And it's kind of our job to educate consumers and let them know that there are great choices available that have all of these fantastic health benefits that will not break the bank, and that they can reliably have as part of their budget and part of their diet going forward for their family.
Yeah, and John mentioned variety, which I think is a great point, whether it's fresh or frozen. The amount of variety that we have in our category is one of our advantages, where we can meet different household requirements and folks who are on a budget. But good point. I think I was going to make another point about some of the things that we're doing in our stores as well to help with customers who are on a budget, and certainly we're promoting seafood very regularly, so you're going to see seafood promotions. We're also coming together with great offers on bulk. When you buy more, you save more, so you're able to go and get fresh and frozen varieties in bulk, where you're able to save more money on those purchases. So kind of spreading things out differently, whether you need smaller portions and being able to buy that, or buying bulk and saving money that way, kind of on a per pound or per ounce basis. We have those, but we believe strongly in promoting seafood, and that's another way I think folks coming in are going to find that. And I think a lot of retailers are promoting seafood weekly, so it's there are great options out there for people who are on a budget.
So, some of the tips are to buy on promotion, look for coupons, shop seasonally, and buy frozen. Jason, what are some factors that have you decide which seafood is on promotion, so that maybe that's a way for consumers to look out for it?
Well, I think you look across retail, and we're trying to just bring the best values forward across different categories, and so you're right, there is seasonality. There's things like that are certainly dictate how we promote, and we like to celebrate seasonality. I think it's one way to really make seafood top of mind for folks, and bring those deals forward. But it's also some of the staples as well. Some of the whether it's a commodity item. But we work really closely with our suppliers as well, because they're supporting these and helping us bring more attention to very key categories in fresh and frozen. And we like to try new things as well. I think promotions are a great way to get trial on things, and things that consumers may not have tried as much, and opening those kind of pathways for whether it's a new farmed item or a new wild item. I think promotions are very effective in that standpoint, getting more trial. But
great way to introduce new products. John, we share with our consumers and audience that there's flash frozen at sea technology. So you can have the fresh at the counter, the frozen, and then the can. There's different varieties of seafood in the supermarket. How fresh is that flash frozen? Is that how Alaska brings in the frozen seafood to the different supply chain channels?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about freezing literally hours to minutes from harvest. So you're getting it really kind of same quality as when that's happening, essentially, and maintain that from the point of the freezing to wherever it's going. There's a lot of effort expended as far as maintaining that quality and control, and ensuring that product is top quality no matter when you're having it. We actually just wrapped up a study with Oregon State. Over a 2-year period, we had commercial and home freezers used to test fish every 6 months with consumers who had no idea what they were testing, and found that the quality was maintained across the entire 24 months. Had the exact same scores.
Even in a home refrigerator?
Even with home freezing quality refrigerator, yeah.
I want to make one point on the affordability and the budget piece, because I always like.
Have your
Yes, I want to make a point. I like to turn the question around. It's like, what's the cost, or how do you look at the cost of not incorporating seafood in your diet? In many ways that we've been talking about today. So. However you need to approach the category, however you get into the category, through again, affordability, shelf stable, fresh or frozen, whatever it is we want people eating seafood, because there's a huge cost of not having seafood in there in people's diets.
That's kind of a similar logic to going to the gym. Either you go to the gym, each week, or you pay for it later with not being able to move as well. So do you eat the seafood for your health now, or pay for it later? Okay. Here's another question that we get frequently. I know it seems so simple, but how do you cook seafood? And so I'm going to start with John. What is your Cook It Frozen campaign?
Yeah, so that's just some simple recipe development. So ASME, on our website, we actually have a recipe database, and part of it's how to cook from frozen products. So we have sort of some step-by-step simple guides for how you do that. Basically, it's very easy, and it's just a matter of showing consumers that, yes, you can do that. Yes, you can do that very simply, and it takes almost no time, and it creates high-quality food or meal for yourself, very minimal time, with a product that you don't need to worry about the shelf life, Just have it in the freezer. You can buy bulk and still have high quality seafood regularly.
Yeah, I find that for new seafood consumers, they're most afraid to buy seafood, and then if they forget to cook it that day, they thought, oh, well, there it goes. But frozen, you can just have it ready when you are. So let's see what other photos I have. Jason or Mandana, how would you recommend consumers cook seafood?
Great question again. So with Starkist products, it's really easy and simple. Just eat here and go. So all you do is open up a pouch and you can eat from the pouch or put it on your salad or a taco. So there's so many ways and you don't have to cook it. So whatever mood people are in and flavor they're craving, we have got an option.
Yeah, a lot of people I noticed when I got into retail were just, they're afraid they're going to mess up seafood. Like I can't cook it. I'm going to mess it up. A huge fear about that, which, you know, and we know seafood, we know how forgiving it is, but believe it or not, a lot of people are just like afraid of cooking it. Either feel like they're going to mess it up. The oven's so easy, and we really developed a line of prepared meals that have seafood. And this was really kind of born through the whole premise that we were trying to make it easy for customers, very, very foolproof. Because many of you who cook seafood in the oven, you know, it's like 15 minutes more or less, you're going to have yourself a delicious experience with whatever fish you're preparing. And so we take it a step further and even preparing meals here. But these are very simple. This is, again, talking about the customer journey and you know, a very approachable way to get into seafood if you're new to it, because these are very easy instructions to follow. You put it in there, the oven does the work, and you can really.
How long would this meal take?
I'd probably, you know, anywhere from 16 to 18 minutes. So it's very, very, as the word says, simple, and that's what we were trying to create, was just a more confident customer, and then maybe they'll go to the service counter and look for other options there as they become more confident.
Here's another one. We love these photos. I wish there was an HEB close by. Don't we all?
We still got our hands full in Texas. So we're gonna keep doing what we're doing there. But yeah, you had a picture of the air fryer earlier, and I really found it was a lot of seafood cooks well in the air fryer. I mean, shrimp, bacon wrapped shrimp poppers. Some of the items that actually, you know, you think are the best on the grill actually work pretty darn good in the air fryer. The salmon burger you mentioned earlier. Those turn out great in the air fryer. So, you know, dig around for some air fryer inspiration, because seafood lends itself a lot to cooking in that, and it's very simple. So,
salmon in the air fryer is the best. Just a little bit of salt and pepper or a dry rub. It's crispy on the outside. It's tender on the inside. It's amazing. But I've never tried the salmon burger in the air fryer.
It's great. It turns out fantastic. I was like, wow, this probably should be the way everyone cooks their salmon burgers, but you think on the grill, you know, the grill is great, but the air fryer did an amazing job.
Now, one thing, you know, during the work week, my husband and I just pick up sushi from the supermarket, and there's no cooking involved. So I know you've got a good sushi program at HEB. How is that doing with your consumers?
I mean, it's been a growing category. I think it's been widely reported that sushi is a strong category for retail, and it's a great way for folks to approach the category who are, again, experiencing seafood through that cuisine. So again, we're finding people are I mean, kids are eating sushi now. So we talk about how do we get kids to eat more seafood. Sushi is a great way to do it. I didn't try sushi until I was in college, and you know, I didn't know how long it'd be around, or you know what it was really back then. But now I look at it as this is such a huge staple now in retail and restaurants, and just continues to grow. But I think it's very approachable now for our youth, and it's a way to kind of get them into seafood when you think about it. Believe it or not, I mean, through sushi, I never would have thought, but you know, a lot of middle schoolers, high schoolers, they have to have sushi now for you know, as a dinner option.
It's amazing. I didn't try sushi till I was working, and I started with the cucumber roll, and then I moved on from there.
Yeah, there's stages as well, but you've got raw in there, and you know, we see a lot of there's people are confident. They're confident in the quality and the wholesomeness of it. So.
One thing that's interesting is when I ask people if they eat seafood, they'll say, no, but I eat sushi. Or no, but I eat tuna. It's really interesting, the word seafood, what conjures up in our mind here. So, I'll move along to the next question. Oh, I got to look at StarKist. So in your swag bag, you do have StarKist, and you just heard from Mandana. You can just tear it and eat it on the go. And here's some wonderful charcuterie ideas. Tell us about this, Mandana.
Yeah, so charcuterie is actually a product that we have designed for last night's reception as well as today, where we are basically capturing on the popularity of the tin fish trend or tin fish date nights or so many other versions of it on social media. So it's very simple. We have StarKist EVO line of our products, which comes in extra virgin olive oil and roasted garlic, crushed red pepper, basil pesto, lemon dill. That could be enjoyed and be complemented with other vegetables and options such as like preserves or pickles or crackers or whatever people are in the mood for. They can prepare it, and it's not that expensive, so it's just going to be affordable and brings people together to be able to enjoy a charcuterie together like we did last night and today and later on for the reception.
Yes, that's a little preview for what's to come.
That's right.
So we've heard the science. We're talking about how to eat seafood, but I know after this conference, the symposium, we're all going to eat seafood at least one more time this week. But how do we keep the seafood top of mind? Because it seems to just, go away and we forget about it and we go back to what is our normal routine. So what would you recommend on how we can keep seafood top of mind?
I think it's pretty easy. You've got to engage in campaigns that make Linda blush, okay? Fall in love with seafood, right? But it's a very catchy campaign, and again, we're proud to be supporting that again in January. But aside from fall in love with seafood, to answer your question, promotions, social media. I think that's social media is really important in getting the message out and keeping it out there. I mentioned it earlier, celebrating seasonality. We have a lot of great things to celebrate in seafood, so let's make a big deal out of it. And again, through social media or through in-store displays, merchandising, and so forth. I think those are ways to help keep it out there. The promotions, keeping it out there, so it keeps customers engaged and excited about seafood.
Mandana?
Yeah, so as Jason mentioned, we have to keep it exciting. We recently launched a campaign with Derek Huff from Dancing with the Stars, promoting our shelf-stable products. So it's great, and just utilizing the power of social media is great. Following people, recipes, and what they eat, and utilizing our products is great to make sure that the seafood is staying on top of mind.
I'm not going to show that yet, but so John, how do we keep our Alaska seafood top of mind? Plan a trip?
Yeah, you can always go to Alaska. That's going to be a great way just to see the landscape, see where your fish actually comes from. But I think just connecting, the marketing programs that asked me probably would answer this better than I can, but I still think that connecting with consumers about the things that they care about, whatever your most important thing is, if it's your health, there's a reason there to prioritize seafood. If it's sustainability, there's plenty of reasons there to prioritize seafood. No matter what it is, there's going to be a reasoning as to why you should be including, if not seafood generally, but more seafood as well into your diet, just for whatever thing you care about.
I love that. It's seafood is a solution to our so many things: our health, our planet's health, and our future food security. So that's amazing. This is how I keep seafood top of mind. My neighbors who are watching have gifted me many seafood items, so I always think seafood. So here's some cute takeaways, and we'd love to have some of your questions. So look and ask for great seafood options at your grocery store, restaurants, schools, military, hospitals, sports arena, and work. There's a seafood that the whole family would like. add seafood to your favorite meal, whether it's tacos, hamburgers, just a backpack. Put it into your backpack. Buy seafood in bulk, seasonal and on promotion. Think no cook to air fryer seafood recipes, and whatever's important to you. And this from you, John. Seafood can fit in health, planet, or social. So with that, we'd love to open up to your questions. What questions do you get usually from your neighbors, families, about how to eat more seafood that we can help answer today?
I teach a seafood cooking class to 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And while it's not universally true, it's not worth arguing the point. What a kid makes, he'll eat. It's real simple. So when they cook something, they're going to eat it. And if they like it, then they're going to take it home to their family. And so I'm able to do a lot of things with the kids that I think make them potential seafood chefs and cooks for their family. And my goal by the end of the class is that I can slap a couple of pieces of fish, a few vegetables, a few fruits, and a bunch of herbs on the table. And the last class is they just go ahead and grab stuff and cook it. And they will eat virtually everything they make. So they make a seafood, they make a caviar focaccia. If you just want to grab a kid and say, here, eat some salmon eggs, that might be a problem. But when they make the bread and they put the rosemary on top and they put the caviar on top and then they stick it in the oven, they love it. And they will continue to eat that. So the best way, I think, or a very good way, is to get to the kids and have the kids cook. They can start, if a kid can make a peanut butter sandwich when he's 5 years old, he can also make a shrimp taco. And so leave the peanut butter in a cabinet and have them make a shrimp taco. And by getting to the kids, we can really, after 30, people are redeemable, but we can deal with the kids and have them take seafood consumption forward.
That's right. Show them how to cook the seafood. You have a cooking connections and
yeah,
the stores?
That piece of it, and again, getting back to consumer confidence around cooking seafood is important. And we do have chefs in our store. A lot of our stores have them demoing seafood, and they'll even have a recipe there. Everything will be there for the customer to use to make that particular seafood dish. But I think the cooking part of it that you're getting at, and by the way, thank you for the investment you're making in our youth for that cooking. That's amazing. We adults, quite frankly, just aren't there. We don't have enough adults cooking seafood, let alone kids. But that's building confident consumers for life. That's powerful, and we have to be engaging the youth. I think just because of all the news that's out there and the way that generation consumes news and their perceptions around seafood, I think it's very important that we, as an industry, put out that message around how important it is, and from a health standpoint, and certainly from a sustainability standpoint, and educating them, and then going that extra step, like you're saying, is getting them being confident and preparing it and enjoying it.
Any other questions? Oh, we have one from.
Hi, Zach Aarons, Scottish Development International. I've learned a lot today. I didn't think I would, but a lot about the continued health benefits of seafood, omega-3s, through fertility, eye health, prenatal. And I'm just, it's so great to hear from the science community as well as other members from across the supply chain. So this might be a question for you, Jason, is, because you interact with so many of the consumers at the consumer level, in Texas in particular, I was like, if you could pinpoint it, where would you say their knowledge is of seafood and the nutritional benefits that they get from consuming seafood? And could you characterize it or generalize it based on the consumers that are coming to your stores? And just wondering if you're seeing any trends from any of the promotional activities you've done over the last 12 months.
Zach, good to see you. I think we've seen more and more, I think it's positive overall where people are going and they're understanding of seafood. That was one of the things I noticed, and I've been with the company 15 years now, and seafood altogether 28 years. But when I came on the retail side, I noticed there was a pretty big gap in how the consumers understood seafood. And that can go across a number of different areas, but the health benefits, I think it was generally known that seafood is heart healthy. That's been out there for a little while, but everything that we've been talking about through my time with S&P and Dr. Tom Brenna and Sonia and others that are on our board, and understanding the benefits beyond just the heart health piece of it, and the brain. We talked about the cognitive positives there around that, inflammatory prevention of inflammatory diseases, eye health. You go down the list, and so I think those are things we still have opportunities, and that's why I really appreciate the work S&P is doing to engage the dietitian community, including our own dietitians that we have within our stores and across our corporate teams. And I think we have to do more work to continue to educate through those channels, because a lot of times they're the folks, the doctors, the dietitians, they're the ones our customers are going to for advice on how to improve health. And if those conversations aren't positive and they're more selective or even deflecting seafood, then that's not going to help people overall. But I would say in my time with the company and the messaging that we're putting out there and the work that we're doing in terms of collaborating with a group like S&P, it's putting it more and more out there that we've got to do more to eat seafood as a public, and all the health benefits that are tied to that. And I think we're changing perceptions, and we're seeing more people engaging more positively with the category and seeing more customers coming into the category as a result of that.
One more question from audience. Joe?
Somebody else has something.
I had one question.
Later. I wonder what you think of the following, and that is to get people to name how much better they feel or how they feel after they've started a seafood diet, because many people will just say, oh, I feel better, but it's just me. But I wonder if part of the campaign is to name how much better you feel when you start a seafood, because the immediate rewards change your behavior. The theoretical prevention of heart disease or prevention of cancer is something intellectual into the future, but falling in love with seafood is an emotional experience, and I think that naming it helps to encode it.
That's a great suggestion.
Well, this is another kind of retail question. By the way, my name is Mike Hawes. With the lift in sales you got from your promotion with the seafood campaign, I'm wondering, was that either new clients that moved from Kroger into HEB, grew your market share, or did you actually steal it from the land-based animals where the proteins on the other side of the fence, chickens, eggs, were flat while yours were going up?
Yeah, those are tougher to dissect, but I mean we have market information we can certainly look at. But I think it's the campaign was really brought forward to remind people to eat seafood, reminding them. So I think that the engagement level and creating that energy and that excitement around there is what's really getting people to remember that, yeah, I need to be eating seafood. I need to be buying seafood regularly. And I think the campaign assets and the engagement that we had because of Sarah and the S&P team's work was really something we hadn't done before. So I think there's a little bit of everything. You obviously healthy resolutions helping a little bit with that. Hopefully they keep them all year, not just a couple weeks. Keep seafood as part of their diet every single week like we want them to. But yeah, I think there's kind of a number of different things that you could point to, but certainly having something that we had never done before and getting that kind of engagement, like Sarah had explained during her presentation, was super powerful.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we have for questions, but let's give John, Mandana, and Jason a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Paul Doremus, Chair of SMP, VP for Policy and Sustainability Strategy at Triton Seafoods.
Thank you. Thank you. This is our 8th Science Symposium. It's phenomenal. And I have to say, each year they seem to get better and better. And it has become my favorite day of the year. I work for Triton Seafoods, but I'm a resident of Washington, D.C., and I focus very heavily on our federal policy issues and the sort of supply side part of the whole seafood equation. And I'll get to that in a minute, but living in Washington, as you can imagine, is living with a community of people on a day-to-day basis that are dealing with big problems. And you don't need me to tell you how much stress and strain there is in our political institutions these days, how much conflict, sometimes chaos, difficulty, and it is so refreshing to have nothing but good news day. So thank you. Join me in thanking Linda, the S&P team, and all the panelists that contributed to making this such a good news day. Thank you. So easy to imagine when Linda said, would you mind giving some closing comments, just a few minutes at our seafoods, our annual Science Symposium? Absolutely. What do you have in mind? So we talked on the phone, she went through the agenda and got this theme of making every day count. I'm like, what does that mean? She said, well, I got a TED Talk for you to see. Just click on, I'll send you the link. So she sends me this link. I'm thinking, all right, here we go, another TED Talk, right? Some impossibly credentialed professional coming out on stage, bespectacled, and a little mic, and a polite applause, and this really slick delivery of compelling big ideas. I go, all right, what's the big idea Linda wants me to hear about? So I click on the link, polite applause, lights come up on the stage, and in the middle of the stage is a high chair and an infant sitting there smiling. Everybody's applause, like, yeah, infant, that's kind of nice. All right, where's Simon Sinek? So polite applause, and I'm expecting the Simon Sinek type character to come across the stage and start delivering this impossibly smooth presentation. Polite applause, and onto the stage comes this bespectacled, charming, and I found out later, very persuasive 8-year-old girl. Youngest presenter ever to do a TED Talk. And I thought, my original thought was like, what's Linda trying to tell me here? It's like, can you please do better than an 8-year-old girl? No. How can you be more charming than an 8-year-old girl? And she was phenomenally charming. Her message was all about, she said, I'm going to tell you how peekaboo can change the world. Like, okay, this is peekaboo. Dad comes out, takes the high chair and the kid back to this room. They have a camera on it, and she talks about early developmental stages and how the first 5 years are so important to the long-term well-being of children. Us, as she said. And she shows Dad back there, flips to the camera. Dad's back there doing peekaboo with the kid, and the kid's laughing, rolling around, punching on Dad. And she talks about what this interaction is all about and how much kids crave connection. And it's how brains develop. It's how they learn. And she's given her very smooth presentation. She was quite well trained. Then they show, she talks about what happens when that connection is broken. And they show Dad back there with the kids sitting in the same place on his phone. And the kid's making noise. Then gets really fast, gets really irritated and crying and really upset and kind of like pounding on Dad, where are you? He's on his phone. And the minute he stopped and started interacting again and doing the peekaboo thing, it was like back to happiness, smiling, giggling, laughing. And her point was very, very interesting at the end of the day. And I think that this was one of the points that Linda wanted me to take out of this, was the power of everyday action, small things, having a big effect, having a long-term effect. And that was one of the takeaways, and that's one of the things I think that we think about when we talk about making every day count. I also think, by the way, that one of the reasons, as I thought about it this morning, and all of the scientific evidence around maternal health, impact on the health of infants, and their long-term cognitive development, their long-term success, that's why we do this. That's why it matters. So that's why we're all here. It's good for us. It's going to make a better world for our kids. And if that's not a persuasive motivator, nothing is. So thank you for all of you for contributing to that. And I want to talk about what we can do to make every day count. But this message around it being really a daily thing. So there's a tension in the conversation this morning as we ended it going into lunch. The scientific evidence, the work that all of the folks who presented here today brought forward is so persuasive. It is so compelling. It's so rich. But still, as question came up right before lunch, is like, we don't see people eating a whole lot more seafood. Why? We got into the communication question. Afternoon session, we got to see a little bit of what people are doing to answer that why question. Things like Sarah's campaign. 2 years ago, SNP wouldn't have been able to have a really good answer to that. We're on the Hill, we're trying to persuade Congress, we want to do a marketing thing in the future. We're doing it now. The Seafood Nutrition Partnership is doing it now through marketing techniques that are changing people's behavior. It's demonstrating what can be done when you connect with people's emotions and just draw a positive connection between seafood, their health, their well-being, fall in love with seafood. It's a beautiful answer, and I think one that has an enormous, enormous potential. So it's one of the big developments in my mind over time as we've done 8 of these science symposia, is getting to a place where we're not only convening, and this has been core mission of the Seafood Nutrition Partnership, is to pull together the science community, particularly here in Washington, where ready access to the policy community, and bring home the fundamental messages about why eating seafood matters, how it's connected to public health and nutrition, how that's connected to people's health, to our nation's health. That is now even more persuasive with our ability to connect and really develop the communications end of the picture as well. And I think that's an enormous development, and I'm really grateful for all the work that Seafood Nutrition Partnership and our colleagues throughout the country who have worked on this campaign and see the possibility. It is growing very, very rapidly, and I think is helping answer that question, how we can just draw people in. It's not telling them what's good for them. It's just creating a positive connection that allows them to fall in love with seafood, and they benefit from that. So that's a wonderful path ahead, I think, for SNP, and shows how this small but very, very significant nonprofit is really making a difference in the world and making every day count. But I wanted to offer just a couple of thoughts about, from my perspective, on what making every day count means to me, and offer these just as some parting thoughts for you all to consider as you go out and back to your livelihoods, your different parts of the country where all of you are from, some here in DC. And I think the first message in my mind around making every day count came forward right at the beginning with Dr. Martin Paul's presentation, and his capturing of it was just embrace seafood. It was a really nice way to put it, embrace seafood. And that presentation added to me a really nice layer, to all of these reasons why we should eat seafood. We have known for years about cardiovascular benefit. We have been bringing forward for the last several years an incredibly persuasive science around cognitive benefit, brain development benefits. We're hearing this morning about maternal health and well-being of young children. And Dr. Martin Paul really brought it home, saying this is good for the guys too. Right? Matter of fact, I would love to see you do a TED Talk. Can you see that? How did you put it? From eyeballs to low balls? I guarantee you do a TED Talk called From Eyeballs to Low Balls, and that'll be one of the top 10 in the next 6 months. But that's really, I think, part of a whole corpus of work that has just got incredible depth behind and persuasiveness behind what it means to have a seafood-rich diet, right? So making every day count is just embracing seafood. We did that here for lunch. We do it every day. It is the everyday action that matters. How we talk about seafood, how we connect to seafood, how we bring it into our families, with our diets, with what we do. That's number one as far as making every day count from my vantage point. The second one is really on that piece that came out of our morning conversation around communication and raising awareness. And being here in DC, being a policy person, I wanted to mention a few things that I'd like for you all to be aware of and contribute to, if you can. We have, and it's been alluded to at a couple of different points in time, we got to really think about where seafood comes from. That matters. My company produces wild Alaska seafood products. You heard from John at ASME. Others are in the business of farming seafood. We need more of that, without a doubt. We've got people from the federal government here who are in the business of trying to build greater capacity in the United States to farm seafood. But one of the things our country has never really done is develop a federal support system for the production of aquatic food. We have an incredible agency, I worked there for many years, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, that does a phenomenal job of sustainably managing our wild fisheries. We have among the best techniques in the world for managing how much we take out of the water and ensuring the long-term health of our ocean resources while we can draw benefits to society through those resources in the production of seafood. We have never approached our fisheries as a source of food. When you go to the nation's peak level agency for thinking about our food supply, thinking about food security, a resilient supply chain for the provision of food in the United States, it's the Department of Agriculture. They do farming, they don't do seafood. So one of the things we're doing to raise awareness, we being the seafood industry in the United States, is doing to raise awareness is to try to draw attention to Congress, to the administration, of the benefits of incorporating seafood into the upper reaches of our nation's food agency and integrate the production of seafood into our thinking about our health of our food supply system, resilience of our food supply system, something that people really started to see in a new way during the pandemic. And what it means to have, at the end of the day, a more environmentally friendly food system. And the production of aquatic food, particularly marine food, whether farmed or naturally harvested, is among the lowest carbon footprint sources of protein that you can find. So we can build through a more aggressive, thoughtful development of the production of seafood in the United States, a climate-friendly, public health-friendly food system and a resilient food system. So we're working today and encourage all of you to who are involved or have a connection or just know your congressperson to raise awareness about the need to have an integrated approach to our food supply system that brings seafood into USDA, and we have a support structure for the development of our seafood industry that's equivalent to the support structure that we have for the sustainable management of our fisheries. That's what we're doing here in DC to raise awareness of the production of seafood. The third thing for making every day count from my vantage point, you also all are connected to, and it's what you're doing today, and that's supporting the work of the Seafood Nutrition Partnership Program. Linda did not ask me to do this, but my third message about making every day count is about supporting the Seafood Nutrition Partnership Program. It is a small but very, very powerful, influential nonprofit. You all are a part of it. It's a small organization, but with an incredibly, just a phenomenal network. And all of you can help grow that network, make people aware of what's going on, what the benefits are of supporting this effort to the public, to your individual health, to your family's health, to your community's health, to the well-being of the community that you're a part of, particularly if you're in coastal environments. But not only. We have, I think, an incredible future ahead of us in our ability to kind of connect to the policy world in ways that we can get big things done. This message that you hear and have heard all day about seafood's public health benefits, whether it's mothers, young children, all of us, that's not a partisan message. When we were on the Hill on Wednesday, talking to a number of different people, Tuesday, talking to a number of members of Congress, both on the House and the Senate side, with some of our science community, with Linda, it's about bringing that awareness of the need for better public support of this, getting out this message, and getting our public policy institutions and agencies oriented towards supporting it. That's both sides of the aisle. That's both chambers. It's an incontrovertibly good, powerful, nonpartisan message. And in this day and age that we live in, with all the stresses and strains in Washington, D.C., and the difficulty of getting people to work together to do things, it's nice to come together on something that's just plain good for people. That's what SNP is bringing to Washington. It's what it's bringing to the nation. I encourage all of you to make every day better, in part, not just by embracing seafood in your personal life, doing your own to communicate out and connect with people about the work, but also to directly support the Seafood Nutrition Partnership. Thank you for doing so. Thank you for being here, all of you here, all of our online audience that's been able to connect. Enormous thank you for your support to this entire enterprise. Thank you in particular to our science community here again, but extended, that are in this whole field, continuing to advance our knowledge. And thank you to Linda for bringing us all together and inspiring us to make every day count. Thank you all so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all for joining us today. Now for the in-person only part of the program, we're going to have a networking